All right, guys, welcome. This is your legal bestie, Attorney Simone, and this is Girl, Is That Legal? And we are going to be live streaming the opening statements and much of the trial for the ASAP Rocky trial. Now, this trial is only expected to last about a week, so it shouldn't be too extensive, but I want to give you an update on what's happened so far. So any moment now, we are going to have the defendant's counsel is going to be there to give opening statements. So defendant's lawyer will give opening statements first, and then the prosecutor will give opening statements. Now, he is being accused of basically assault with a weapon, with a gun. We know in California, they don't play that. He's being accused of shooting 3 times at a former friend, ASAP Fally, whatever his name is, you'll see here. But he's been accused of shooting at him 3 times, grazing his knuckles. And then allegedly the next day after the guy was shot, he returned to the scene of the crime, picked up 3 of the shells from the bullets, and then happily just walked them to the police station and was awaiting, walked them to the police station, stated his side of the story, and charges ultimately were raised. Now, so far, they offered ASAP Rocky a deal. They offered him 180 days, which is 6 months, plus basically supervised probation for like 3 years, and then, or basically probation for a total of 7 years and supervised release for 3. The gist of it is if ASAP Rocky were to take that deal, while he would have done far less than 6 months. It would have been 6 months in county. If you remember with Lindsay Lohan, she ended up doing like a number of days. There are people who have done as little as 10% of the time that they were sentenced to in LA County because of overcrowding, because of a variety of issues. So the 6 months, likely he'd do 2 months or less. That's my opinion as an attorney. But he still said no. So earlier this morning, Rihanna was in court with him earlier this morning for him to enter that not guilty plea, or to decline the plea and decline the plea this morning. And then it's my understanding that Rihanna then left the courtroom after that was done. So she's basically not going to sit around for the rest of this mess. But we're going to see. There's video footage that basically there's 2 different angles. So the defense is saying that you cannot there's no evidence that he actually shot at this guy, that the video evidence doesn't support that. But then the prosecutors are like, yes, it does. That if you go and you look at some of the footage that they took from around the corner from another business nearby, there's an altercation between the 2 men. In the altercation, you can clearly see that one of them, which appears to be Rocky, had a pow in his hand. And so we're going to go from there. We're going to see what the state has to add. This should be starting anytime now. Now, we're in California, so I guess my guess is going to be let's see, in California, it would be 12. So they'll probably start at 1 o'clock. 1 o'clock California time, which would be 3 o'clock. I'm in Central, so 3 o'clock Central. Hold on. In the meantime, we're going to talk about a few things. I want to get into some hot topics while we're waiting, because we're waiting, so why not? There we go. All right, some of the hot topics is, let me just go ahead and pull them up so we can talk about them as we go. While we're waiting, we're going to get into some legal hot topics. Let's see. Okay, so one of which is there is the podcast called Tonight's Conversation. that talks about love, relationships. It was allegedly created by Ace Metaphor, a guy who goes by that name on social media. And two of the women that previously were on that podcast and on this show, which toured in various cities across America, are now saying that he has financially abused them, that he's gaslight these women, that he's mistreated them, despite making all of his money talking about relationships and basically placing himself out to be this great guy. The biggest allegations were from Keita Rose. Keita Rose was claiming that she did not get paid, that this man effectively stole her money, had her working, made her pay for her own travel, made her do a variety of different things. And let me show you just a quick clip. And then I'm going to give a few quick thoughts on the drama. Did I save it? My ADD wants to show you guys that story, the story of that chick. Hold on. My ADD really wants to show you the story of that chick who was talking mess online, and then somebody busted in her window or busted in her door to whoop her. Let me just go to Keita Rose page. Hold on. Let's do it this way. Here we are. Oh, my system's going slow. All right, so now, there's more. She's very dynamic in her delivery, so I'll just warn you.
Who the fuck did I work for?
Oh, gosh.
I just want to address a few things that have been really pissing me off. Number one, I'm not one of those friends that fall out with a friend and tell their business. These hoes actually never liked me at all. This isn't a hurt people situation. This is you fucked around and now you're gonna find out. A lot of you are saying, this seems a little one-sided, Keita. Right, because I'm the only one talking. So, since your faves get paid to speak on a daily basis, they should have no problem speaking out. Before it was tonight's conversation, live and uncut.
See, I told you she's animated. There's a lot going on.
Love, sex, and relationships. The tour. I had never been on tour before. I was content creating and working HR at Kraft Macaroni and Cheese. I was HR there. By the way, since we're doing this, y'all probably shouldn't be eating that shit either, but if they sue me, they're going to take my son, so I best be shutting that ass up. But I got to meet some really great people. I met the very talented Jay Martinez, the very funny TC Caldwell, the really beautiful and talented K-Love the poet, and Mo Joe. Look how happy I am. Stupid girl. This healed, emotionally mature, ready for marriage man.
Okay, that's sorry. I can't handle when she talks like that. Like I can't. The gist of what she's saying is that she's basically talking about a hostile work environment. So I just want to take this for a second while we're waiting for the ASAP Rocky trial. And I keep going back and forth between the different tabs just to make sure we haven't missed it. But yeah, what she's describing is a hostile work environment. And here's what I'd say if you're going through any of this. Number one, don't do any of the things that she's doing. Do the opposite. This is a lawyer's nightmare. When you are upset with your boss and it sounds like she has a strong case. Let me tell you why. The gist of it is that she traveled to these locations to participate in the show as an independent contractor, it appears. Although there may be some arguments that she was actually an employee and was underpaid. That's a different story. But that she traveled as an independent contractor. She was not paid for her travel. She's owed money for her appearances, and that basically there was mistreatment. Certain men were treated certain ways, certain women were treated other ways. Although there was a different gentleman that was also on the show and he quit as well because of the environment. So, number one, I want to be clear. Hostile work environment claims, those only apply to employees. Doesn't only apply to employees. If you're an independent contractor, you can't bring a hostile work environment claim. And there are other claims. There's breach of contract. There's things like that. But she can do a breach of contract. But part of the problem is you lose credibility when you behave. What is the word? Unhinged. When you behaved unhinged. Because on Ace Metaphor's side, he's going to present these different videos that she's making to be like, oh, judge, she's just emotional. She's never been in this. She's never like made this kind of money and had this type of experience. She's just being emotional. And it's very dismissive, but you've got those issues at front. And then they said there's an NDA. So I'm sure on Ace Metaphor's side, he's going to argue, oh, there was an NDA and Miss Thing has violated my NDA. I'm going to go to another. This is her. Please. Okay, there you go. This is her. And you're going to say, oh, she violated the NDA. She needs to pay me money. Let me be very clear. Corporations around America love to use NDAs to scare you from telling the truth when it is a toxic work environment and other things. But remember, when it comes to an NDA, NDAs do not silence you from offenses of the law. I'm going to go ahead and call it an offense of the law because crimes, we know if it's a criminal event, but also violations of the law. You can talk about a hostile work environment is a violation. So if you have a confidentiality agreement, it doesn't mean you can't say, hey, these people didn't pay me. Because that's not confidential information. That is actually information pertaining to breaking the law. So I just want you to know that. What? I just want you to know that one. Oh, I got to see this. Know that so that you don't ever get tripped up by the fact that, if there is an NDA in place and you're complaining about violations of the law, employment law violations, those kinds of things, don't let nobody silence you. No way. Wanda says, I need you to explain Trump's executive order on discrimination. Let me see. I think I know what you're talking about. Hold on. Just for a minute. We are waiting for the ASAP Rocky trial to start. Okay. Here we go. We've got this. Trump's revoking the Equal Employment Opportunity Executive Order. What that means. All right. So one of the things he's saying is, okay, so one of the things that's alleged this order does is basically so previously under the law, the U.S. government was encouraged to diversity, equity, and inclusion, to have those policies, to have those procedures. This is terminating those. In addition, what his executive order on discrimination and so forth does is they're claiming that from now on, everything is going to be merit-based. So whereas before, in order to counter the past discrimination against Black businesses that existed, that required governments to consider, minority-owned businesses and things like that, hit that like button, you guys, as you join. We are hitting a few legal hot topics as we wait for trial to resume with opening arguments. I think it's actually going to start at the top of the hour, so I keep going back and forth. So let me put this one. Here we go. Just so you guys know. Here we go. Put this one back up so you don't be like, are we missing it? No, we're not. So there was basically previously the law, for example, there were my hub business, which is historically underutilized businesses, basically because the good old boy network made it difficult, if not impossible, for us to compete on government contracting. Those laws that had been in place, I believe, since the 70s, made an equal playing field. Those laws don't exist anymore. Now Trump can give all the contracts to his boys and will. Whether it's real estate contracts, government, there's no longer alleged. Now they're claiming everything is going to be merit-based. But here's the problem with the merit-based definition. Hold on, and I have this. I'm going to play this for you. Here we go. I want you to make sure you're looking at this. Black women hold 61% of all bachelor's degrees, 71% of master's degrees, and 65% of doctorates. Did you see that? I know it's a little small. This is very important. I want this fixed. We hold, I think that showed again, we hold 61% of bachelors, 71% of masters, 65% of doctorates. So really, technically, if we're going to the merit-based system that Trump claims that we're going to, Black women should be running the government. They should be the head of all of these government government entities, government organizations. It should be us because we are the most educated. And if we're going with this merit-based system that they're doing that, so Wanda's saying, can he do that? It's illegal. Here's the problem, Wanda. Whether he can do it with an executive order, no. But the problem is the Supreme Court's law itself permits, or the law during the time of Biden, the Supreme Court struck down affirmative action, both in schools and on jobs. Because the Supreme Court did that, it enables a president to then come in and say, we are not using race as any factor in employment. We are discouraging and actually making it the policy of our government to not have diversity, equity, or inclusion. Technically, he can do that. The only reason it hadn't been done before is because the Supreme Court, when they enacted or when they made that ruling was under Biden. And Biden administration was like, F y'all, you're wrong. Not F y'all, but you're wrong. Here's what's going on now. Just the other day, I had a conversation with a colleague who works in HR for the feds, for the federal government. And it is terrifying over there. What they are doing is, if you previously worked in a division, so after that Supreme Court ruling came down, what happened was the US government understood that over time, the diversity, equity, inclusion, some of those divisions would be phased out and those roles would be phased out, particularly if it was a Republican administration. So they gave those federal employees the opportunity to find other jobs. That happens all the time in corporate, where certain role is being phased out. So they say, hey, you've been with us for buku numbers of years. We're going to give you the chance to find another position within the company. So, look around for openings, find another position, move into that. So people that were in DEI roles did just that. But guess what? Now the feds, Trump's administration, like some Nazis, they're going and finding anyone who previously had a DEI role and putting them on a list to be fired. To be fired. Even if their new role is one that's fully functional, this and that, their concern is, in the back of your mind, you are going to be trying to create equality basically within our government. You're going to be doing this, so we can't have you work here. This is what they've got. People miss it. Koja Malik said, people miss when Trump said value experience over education prior to this election. It means screw Black women's degrees. Ooh, what's going on with ASAP Rocky? He's on trial facing 24 years. So we are just waiting for everyone to come back to the courtroom. I believe it should start at the top of the hour, which would be in about 8 more minutes. So we're just waiting on that. In the meantime, we're talking legal hot topics. Trump is saying value experience over education means any private business can make up work experience and use that to justify giving a Caucasian person a job without education. And that is the next step. First and last, thank you. It says she's not lying about the federal HR issue. And me as a lawyer, I'm thinking in my head, what lawsuits can we bring on behalf of those people? Because I am particularly terrified for these people. So the federal government is one of the few institutions left that still pays a pension, and a good one at that. So what happens to these people who have been federal employees for 19 years, who are 1 year away from that 20-year mark of a pension? But even though they're in a new role because they previously were in a DEI role, you're going to get rid of them now. Sounds like that might be an appropriate multi-district litigation, class action style litigation, because when you play with people's pensions, that's a whole nother level of cruel, due to the fact that what we're talking about are people who, when they go back into the job market, got to compete with 24-year-olds. And we all know that there is ageism. There is silent ageism. You're not supposed to ask someone how old they are when you go on a job interview, but you can look someone in the eye and tell they're not 31. Is it paid leave to find it? No, girl. These people are cruel. We're in a Nazi regime. Darn near. Billy Bob can say my niece Sarah P. Yep. Was it a good idea for ASAP to turn down the plea? I don't think so. Yolanda, I don't think that ASAP should have turned down that plea deal because the truth of the matter is he would have only been in there at max about 2 months. There are, I just pulled up statistics before going live. It actually said in many instances, people serve only 10% of the time that they're sentenced to in LA County jail due to the overcrowding, that it's so severe. 10%. Well, if he had 180 days, which is what he was offered, 10%, that would have been 18. That wouldn't even been a full month. Do that and get back to your babies and quit playing, because the angle of the video that I saw clearly showed a pow in ASAP's hand, ASAP and the boy arguing, as well as a third friend that was like a third or fourth friend that were trying to break it up. And then from a different angle, you can hear the sounds of the pows. So the plea deal was 180 days. It was 180 days and basically 7 years worth of probation. So a total of 10 years worth of time, but 7 years worth of probation, 3 supervised, and I think the last 4 unsupervised. So it would have been 180 days. But when you're talking about jail time, you don't do all 180. If you remember, Lindsay Lohan, let me confirm what Lindsay Lohan's sentence was. Hold on. Lindsay Lohan sentence versus time served. Let's find out. Let me confirm. A judge determined Lindsay Lohan had violated the terms of her probation by missing several mandatory Y'all, Miss Thing was sentenced to 90 days and only served 2 weeks. 2 weeks. 2 weeks. So what did I just tell you? That many people only serve 10% of the time. 2 weeks literally would be the equivalent of just above. Just right at the 2 week 10% mark. Mm-hmm. 2 weeks. Lindsay Lohan was sentenced to 90 days and did 2 weeks. So I say that to say it's just an example. She served 14 days of the jail sentence, 14 days, which is 2 weeks of a 90-day sentence. So I say that to say he was offered 180. He would not have done the 180, but he is adamant. He's adamant. But when you think about it here, these are rich people problems. I say that because he's adamant that he wasn't going to take any deal that would have required him to also be unsupervised. Here's why. He's the primary caregiver, it appears, for their children. He travels frequently with Rihanna. If he's on supervised probation, he can't just get up and go when Rihanna gets has to get up and go here or there. And even though she's a super huge celebrity, she's got last minute appearances or meetings or this, that they have to do. And he can't simply do that just because they have a private jet. He's still got to get his probation officer's permission. And so for that reason, that's why a lot of these celebrities are like, nah, I'll take my chances. Because the truth of the matter is, but the problem here is he's offered 180, but now he's facing 24. Offered 180, facing 24. So they must know something that makes them feel very confident about the video footage that will be admitted. So for example, the video that I told you that I'd seen a clip of, and I'm going to see if I can find it online and play it for you before we get started. But the video footage that I'm talking about, perhaps maybe it won't be admissible. Perhaps showing ASAP Rocky. All right. Mm-hmm. I think it's coming up. Let it load. All right, I'm gonna make this bigger. Up 1 more minute. I think they're gonna be starting any second now. But while I'm waiting, let me share this tab real quick. Hold on. Make it bigger. All right, so here's the video, guys. Here's the video footage. See if I can make it a little bigger. Let's start it from the beginning. Oh gosh, we gotta look at a stupid commercial. Here we go. We'll watch the dumb commercial and then we'll be ready. All right, and so what you're gonna see, you're gonna pay attention now when the commercial ends. To here we go. Let's see, is there any audio? I don't think that there is. Here we go. There's audio. So there's walking. And I think that hoodie is ASAP. These are the two. The third guy is trying to break them up. Watch. And you're going to see somebody with a weapon in their hand. See, yep, there's a weapon. It looks like on the left hand. Yep, left hand. I wonder if ASAP Rocky is left-handed. We'll find out. Somebody Google and let me know. So that's one angle. Correction. Now here's another one. And this is supposed to be the audio. So it's them over there. You can't see it quite as well. But it's them over there. But this is supposed to be the audio, I think. It does look like there's some shooting. All right, running. This is all in California. 1, 2. I think I heard 2 shots. All right, now here's a third camera. Take a look for yourselves. Let us know what you think in the comments. Third set. That's definitely a shot. 2. There we go. I heard 2 shots. I didn't hear no 3. All right, that's a commercial. All right, any day now. Any day now, they should be starting. But what do you guys think? You just saw the clips there. Let me see. Like the live, y'all. ASAP. Wait, Death God said ASAP does know he's caught on camera, right? So did his lawyer not advise him to take the plea deal? So we won't know. We'll never know if the lawyer advised them to or not. That's going to be, a private combo just between the two. Oh, it was said it was a prop gun. So that's interesting. So I need to look at the charges again. I don't know that a prop gun would make a difference. Hold on. Let me see the chart. Let me look at these charges. Because certain kind of charges, for example, if you use a prop gun and it's a burglary charge, it's still burglary. Because when you come in there with the weapon or robbery, excuse me, I'm not doing that. Just said prosecutors only had to present a scintilla in evidence. And let me see. I think actual. Two felony counts of assault with a semi-automatic pow. All right. Yep. If that's the charge, I'm so glad you said that. I hope I put on this. Okay. Yes. Be more cutie. I'm so glad that you said that because since the charge is that it's a semi-automatic, oh my God, shut up. Why is it so loud? If it's not a semi-automatic, he wins. Seems cut and dry there to me. Yep. This article here says ASAP Rocky trial to begin. Hip hop artist charged with 2 felony counts of assault with a semi-automatic POW after allegedly firing on a former friend near a Hollywood hotel. Rakeem Mayers, Rakeem is his name, ASAP's real name, is accused of firing a gun at former friend and bandmate during a heated exchange. Mayers has pleaded not guilty to 2 felony counts of assault with a semi-automatic. Prosecutors say he pow-powed in the direction of former Terrell Efron. ASAP Relly, that's it is, Relly, who's Efron is believed one of the bullets grazed his left hand. He told the authorities he didn't go to the hospital. He didn't have any of that. So right now we are just waiting for the court to begin. It is 3:04. I'm anticipating any minute now. Now, the only other reason I can think of why it might still be taking so long is maybe they're trying to talk about some type of settlement. Strong arm with the fake gun. Seriously. But let's think about this. Hold on. Let me put my little big face up a little bit more. Let me tell you about this. If they never recovered the gun, which they haven't, if the defense's position is it was a fake one, I got to say it's brilliant. Here's why. They can't, and because the defense can also do a second thing, which you can decide whether or not you want a jury to decide a lesser included offense. So a lesser included offense would be simple assault, right? Because this is assault with a semi-automatic. But if you're the defense counsel, you're going to say, nope, no lesser included. We either want to be found guilty on this or nothing. If you do that, and then you use the argument, it was a prop gun, which would explain the grazing of the knuckles not requiring any visitation to the hospital, that actually would be kind of genius. Where love guys now? Wait, it's on. Mine doesn't say on. Hold on. Let me go to the other channel. Hold on. Let me just refresh. All right, let me try the other one. It is. Okay. Yeah, mine isn't showing that it's live yet. Hold on. Okay, let me read these comments. The casings match the gun, I thought, which is why he was arrested. They would have had to found the gun. Police never actually found casings. That's true. The alleged victim went back 2 days later and, quote, found the casings after the police had already searched the scene and didn't find any of them. So I think they're also going to use probably an argument that this person is setting him up, and that he's setting him up in part because they had a prior beef, and that this guy is hard up for money, and that this guy probably tried to shake him down unsuccessfully. And so now he's going this way. A prop gun doesn't make a sound, right? We hear a gunshot. Who had the gun? I don't know. I think a prop gun does make a sound because on TV sets, on movie sets, they do use prop guns and they make noises. He had a gun, but can we see him pull the gun on camera? Nope. Let ASAP go. Now, I saw when we played the clip just a moment ago, we played a clip where it was very obvious he had it in his hand, which meant he must have pulled it. It was out. It was in his left hand. The question, let me see if ASAP Rocky is left-handed. Is ASAP Rocky left-handed? There's no information about it. However, the fictional character Rocky Balboa from the movies is a left-handed boxer. Nobody cares. It's so random. Yeah, I can't tell. Yeah, I don't see publicly whether or not he's left-handed. It's 3:09. Let's get this going. I want to hear these opening arguments. Live, it says now we got it. 1:30. All right. It says the court is on lunch break until 1:30, which is 3:30 our time. So I'll come on back. That'll give us 20 more minutes, bathroom break, whatever you need. 20 more minutes. I'm going to come right on back. Can we use the same live stream? Shoot, I don't need to go anywhere. I'm just going to, here, this is what I'll do. I'm going to just turn my camera off. I'm here, but I'll turn my camera off. And then I'm just going to put this on the screen. Make sure I got any other cameras. It says, but they have to. I'll just go ahead and keep answering these questions until then. But I just wanted to let you guys know it's going to start in 20 minutes, 3:30 Central, 1:30 Eastern. MD says, I still can't get past the victim bringing the casings. Is that a chain of custody problem? Absolutely. Absolutely. Because they could have, for example, what I would argue if I was defense attorney, I'd say, oh, they were friends. They went to the gun range together. They shot guns. They shot guns in the backyard of so-and-so's house, of Rihanna's mansion. They were shooting guns back there. He could have picked up those casings there, knowing that those casings fit the weapon. I mean, that just sounds crazy. Vernice says, I think he wants some money from Riri. I think so too. Carrie Finley says, oh yeah, I think Carrie's referring to prop guns. The question was, can prop guns make noises? And yeah, she said it can. She's saying, yes, it can. And I agree with her. I do. Okay. And then it says, oh, you're dreaming right now. It says he needs to go to jail, at least for a little while, for being so stupid. I guess getting free before wasn't good enough for him. What was his run-in with the law before? Let's see. ASAP Rocky criminal record. We got this job. He said, No. Here, prior ASAP Rocky, it was something. Oh. In 2006, he served 2 weeks in Rikers Island. Apparently, that did it for him. 2006, that was back at the beginning. He was really modeling back there. I'm surprised he had to sit that long. When I hear something like 2 weeks, that sounds like a bail issue generally. Oh, right. And in 2019, he was arrested in Sweden for assault and spent over a month in jail. Okay, so we've got 2006, 2019, and 2021. The 2019, he was convicted of assault in Sweden in 2019, spent over a month over there. And I know strings had to be pulled to get him. I know that had to annoy Rihanna. She had to be like, look, you got one job, sir. And I think that was before the babies. I think that was before the first child. Then ASAP was arrested in November of 21 after being identified as the gunman in this shooting. I mean, the video clip that I just played for y'all. Let me see if I can go back to it, since now I know how much time we got. Where is that clip? Oh, it's another. There we go. I'm gonna play it again. Oh, let me make it bigger. I know better. This is the main one, y'all, to pay attention to. So look, you see him walking up. He's going to be in the black hoodie. There's someone in a black hoodie, and then there's a blue hoodie. This is him, black hoodie with this design on the back. That's ASAP. Then there's the little dude in front of him. Old boy in the blue breaking it up. Watch ASAP's left hand. That looks like a pow pow to me. What y'all think? Oh, shoot. You know what? Let me do it again, because I just realized those words were probably covered it up. But let me roll it back. Hold on. Oh, gosh. Watch this part. See? He's putting something in his pocket. I'm not going to slow this down. Can I? No, I cannot. We're going to go back. I want to show you how he's putting something in his pocket. Here we go. They're fighting. He's put, okay. He has the pow behind his back in his left hand. And then he just put it looked like in his waistband. And now he's about to pull it out and you'll see it in his left hand. Or I guess you just missed it. Let's see. So, yep. There. Is that his left hand or his right hand? No, that looks like his left hand. See? He was digging in that pocket, putting the gun back in there. Mm-hmm. And then this is the second. This angle is more so. It's from across the street, so it's not quite as good. Timmy said, I don't understand why people with money would want to be involved in gang-related activity. I see one too. You're dreaming right now. I see one too. Do we know what the disagreement was about? I do. So the disagreement was because the guy, ASAP Relly, there's another ASAP member who passed away. He died some type of way. I think he was shot. And ASAP Relly was claiming that because ASAP Rocky was the most successful of all of them, he should have paid for the guy's funeral because that was their buddy. And he went on social media and everything else and talked about how trifling ASAP Rocky was for not paying for the funeral. People were coming for ASAP Rocky for not paying for the funeral. They were calling him fake. They were saying, now that you got Rihanna, when the truth was ASAP Rocky absolutely did pay for that man's funeral, but he did it discreetly between that guy and his family. So this discussion was likely ASAP Rocky confronting Relly about disrespecting him publicly on social media and otherwise. And that, ladies and gentlemen, is the sound of a pow pow. Somebody said it was probably a fashion disagreement. So there we go. Let me pause this one. Go back to the other tab. Yeah, no, it says, I wonder if Rocky was dating Rihanna during this time. Yeah, he was. Vernice said prop guns look like a gun. He would have suffered more injuries if it was a semi. Yeah, he claimed that it grazed him, but it sounds to me like the theme that it was a prop pow sounds like it would be the strongest one. If I was gonna make an argument and I wanted to stick, I feel like that'd be the smartest one in this situation. The nursing game says stupid. ASAP 180 days sounds a lot better than 24 years. Over 200 watching. Let's hit that like. All right. They're going to start up in about at 3:30 Central. So we're getting, 13 minutes. Somebody said, whatever happened to hand-to-hand combat? That's what happens with, I don't know. Because the other guy looks smaller than him. Absolutely. Yeah. So I'm going to tell you this story. One of my relatives, I won't say who, but if you know me, you already know who. I was on Crime Stoppers once, and I was and it was because this was back in like the 70s. He was on Crime Stoppers because someone had jumped his brother. Basically, his brother came to him and was like, "Yo, these dudes jumped me." He was like, "What?" And so then my dad went and got his gun. Oh, whatever. He went and got his gun and said, "Let's go find them." So they drove around. They found the guys in the projects in Denver, where they lived in the 70s. And he said, and so what my dad did was he took all four guys and lined them up, handed my uncle the gun. It's fine. He's dead. Statute of limitations expired. Handed him the gun, and he held the men at gunpoint. It was 4 of them that jumped my uncle. He held them at gunpoint while my dad whooped them one by one, because he felt hand-to-hand combat is the way to go. Jumping people is weak and whack. So he did that. He got each and every one of them just like that. That's a real man. Anyway, sidebar. Yeah, Abidisha said, I can't believe he was acting like that while dating Rihanna. I can't believe she tolerated it. Let me see. When did ASAP? Yep. And Rihanna first started dating. The two first met in 2012. Someone is claiming, hold on, there is an article here that's claiming that They met in 2012, but did not start dating until the summer of 2020. I feel like that was a pandemic. No, we definitely saw them out flirting and about way before then. Their parents had 2 sons, Riza and Riot. Mm-mm. 20. Mm-mm. What are the ages of their son? No, no, no. No, Rihanna confirms their relationship started in late 2019. That literally would have been while he was with her. It says Rihanna opens up about their relationship, revealing that while the two met in 2012, their romantic connection started in late 19. We saw fashion the same. We saw creative the same. We ended up in the same circles a lot. And past that, when we grew up, we ended up supporting each other's brands and products and creatives all the time. She tells editor in chief Mel Ottenberg of Bazaar magazine. I would wear his ish and he would show up to my launches. But it wasn't until the end of 2019 that we got together. She added, we've known each other for a long time. I've seen him in relationship. He's seen me in relationships. We've seen each other outside of relationships. We knew what we were capable of and the trouble that we could bring to each other's lives. I'm going to say it again. She said, we knew what we're capable of and the trouble we could bring to each other's lives. We can make or break each other's hearts. Dang. We can make or break each other's hearts. And so we started dating with a lot of caution. I just let whatever was supposed to happen, happen. It was just, this is a flower. It's either going to die or blossom, but I'm going to let it decide itself. Oh, I love that. I love that. And their first child was born. Hold on. When? Because Super Bowl, she showed her pregnancy Super Bowl. Hold on. Yeah. The first child was born 2022. Okay. So that was, he knocked her up pretty quick. Within the first 2 years. Well, I mean, it was clearly by choice because when you're that rich, you can prevent these things. The nursing game said it's not a clear depiction of ASAP. I couldn't see his face. You didn't need to see his face, right? There's 3 people. He's the only one with braids. He's got braids. The other guy's got dreads. And then there was the third guy. You couldn't see his hair, but he was a lot smaller. So you don't have to see his face. You saw the dreads. I'm sorry, the braids. But of course, his attorney could say, how do you know it was him? But if you've got that third guy there, which I'm sure that somebody is going to call at court, unless that guy's going to be like, no, that wasn't ASAP. Then you have, what's ASAP's attorney's names and are they a good one? It is a good one. And it's a celebrity lawyer that's represented a lot of other celebrities. I can't remember his name at the moment. His family is from Barbados? I don't think so. He should have handled that in a different way. Your livelihood is at stake. No, exactly. If you're gonna be shooting at people, do it like in the cover of night. Like yes, like you said, you got to be smart. You just can't just be pounding on people because you're having a bad day or because they talk mess about you. Heck, you're a celebrity. Everybody talking mess about you. Oh, good point. Oops, good point. Sexy Brown Eyes said the sound doesn't mean ASAP. Pull the trigger. Definitely reasonable doubt to me. Timmy says, I hope as soon as possible can. That's not what it stands for, but ASAP does not stand for as soon as possible, but we'll continue. I hope that as soon as possible can get a good plea deal and not embarrass my girl. He did, and he declined it. He was offered 180 days. He'd have to do less than 2 months. Honestly, he'd probably have to do about 20 days. But then he'd have to do 7 years of probation. And he said no. Mind you, he's already done 2 weeks in Rikers Island and a month in jail in Sweden. So he's done a month before. Oh, thank you. Temmie said, yes, his dad is Bayesian. Oh, that's a match made in heaven then. But guys, I don't know if you didn't watch my prior broadcast in a prior hearing in this case, they revealed that he and Rihanna are not actually married. They just tell people that so that people don't bother them. They've never been married. They are not even common law married because the state of California doesn't have common law. You know what they do have? Child support. They have these really generous child support laws where if they were to break up, Rihanna and ASAP, Rihanna would likely have to pay ASAP probably about $20,000-$30,000 a month, even if she had the kids. Look, if you don't believe me, look at Halle Berry. So Halle Berry was paying $16,000 a month to her model baby daddy that she selected. I forget his name. She was paying him $16,000 a month because in California, what they do, they take both of your incomes and it's like they pour it into a cup. And let's say that the cup, it fills up to, here we go. Let's say the cup fills up to here. If 80 of this is her money and 20 of this is his money, 20 of this is this much is his money and the rest is hers, she's got to give from hers to make it 50-50. She's got to give this much of hers to bring his up so that when the child has the same standard of living in both households. In other words, if the child would go to school in a Range Rover in a Bentley at her house, there needs to be Bentley money at his house. That's California law. Every state is not that way. In Texas, whoever doesn't have the kid has to give 20% of their income. They don't care. Even if one person's a millionaire and the other one works at McDonald's, the McDonald's worker has to give the millionaire 20% of his McDonald's salary. That's just how it works in Texas. So you really got to beware of where you file for child support because it matters. It really changes things. Oh no. Oh my gosh, guys, there's a warrant for my arrest. I really got to figure out how to get this handled. Oh, wouldn't we hate it if I got arrested mid-broadcast? Let me figure this out. Yes, California is a community property state. It's community property, but they don't have common law. They don't have common law marriage. When you hear these ignorant men on social media talking about 50-50, it means that 50-50 means no child support. That's not how that works. Listen, I dated this guy in California. He ran a hedge fund, and I'll never forget. He wanted me to move from Texas there. He was renting a $5,000 a month apartment, and he wanted me to pay half of the rent. And he had a son, and his son had a bedroom. So there's 3 bedrooms, one of which was for his son. I said, is you stupid or is you dumb? Are you stupid or dumb? I didn't say those words, but I thought it. I thought it very loudly. I was like, that doesn't even make sense. I was like, I have a house. I have a house in Texas. I don't need to move anywhere. Because I was like, do I still have to pay my mortgage? He was like, of course you have to pay your mortgage. You're going to rent it out. You're going to do whatever. I was like, first of all, I'm not going 50-50 on a guy who runs a hedge fund. Because if we put our money together in a pot, it's not 50-50. First of all. And second of all, you're already going to have to pay this rent because your child lives here. So you adding me doesn't add a dime to your rent. So no, my grandmother said, don't pay mortgages. Men pay mortgages, men pay the rent because they have to keep a roof over their own head, and that you should never live outside of your husband's means. Try not to ask him for anything he can't provide you with, and you'll be a lot happier in life. And I subscribe to that. So my thing is, if you've been paying this $5,000 a month quite comfortably, and also it was like very ugly decorated inside, and I wasn't going to do that. But I was like, no. Yep, 3 minutes from start time. It says, but the court is really on time. Yep. So I was like, no, I'm not doing 50-50. Now, what I would do is I would split things like I want to be responsible for the food and the grocery shopping because I'm going to be cooking, and I want to be able to go grocery shop and get the things that I need. So I'm fine with that kind of stuff. Maybe you want my bill to be the Wi-Fi, but no, I want you to enjoy taking care of me. Like the men that I date now, they love it. I get text messages. Hey, babe, do you need, when I'm on a trip with my girlfriend, hey, babe, do you need me to send you something? Yes. One of them, I tell them, baby, don't ask, just send it. If I don't need it, I'll send it back. And I've never sent any money back. Just do it. I want to see that you enjoy that because I enjoy taking care of you. So you should enjoy providing for me. If you don't enjoy providing for me, then I don't know, go get somebody else. Go get somebody that wants to pay half the mortgage. She's also going to boss you around. So go do that. I'm not going to boss you around, but one day you might come home and there'll be furniture because I've left you for someone who enjoys taking care of me. I mean, 50-50 men are the worst. Wait, how am I going to say that to change the topic? Oh, which part? Yeah, his family's from Barbados, so half of it is mine. Oh, okay. It could be so embarrassing. Half of them ain't worth our wombs. Well, that's the truth. Yeah, he was so cheap. He's still single. Oh, this is how cheap he is. He took the kid because he didn't want to have to pay her child support. Again, remember, he ran a child. She wanted to be a stay-at-home girlfriend, but not even, but he wouldn't make her his girlfriend. It was like a one-night stand situation. But she wanted to be a stay-at-home person, and he wanted to be a power couple. And so basically he got custody of the kid. So he didn't have to pay her no child support. I mean, he's a good dad. I will say that. He's a good dad. And I love seeing boys, especially little black boys, being raised by their fathers. But he is a cheap human being. I mean, I wouldn't. He tried to get back with me. He sent 50 lemon pepper chicken wings to my SLS hotel room when I was at the SLS one year. It was a good try. It would have worked generally, but I have more self-esteem now. And he was fat. He fat fished me. He sent me all these pictures of him in the gym and working out and doing all this kind of stuff here and there. He looked just so good. Then when I saw him in real life, he had a belly. And I had that mirrored furniture. So he spent the night at my house, and like I rolled over and I needed to get out of bed. So like I threw the covers back, and I looked in the mirrored furniture. I was like, oh my God, that is his whole entire belly. Hell no, he fat fished me. That big old belly. Y'all, the A$AP Rocky trial is going to start any minute now. I was just telling a quick story about how I accidentally dated a fat boy who was rude, wanted to go 50-50. And I'm not sure what the other part of that story was, but yes, I am a mess. That is true. Yeah, there's nothing wrong with having a belly, but the problem is he sent me pictures. This was a mutual friend that was hooking us up. He sent me photos of him at his penultimate fitness level. And then when I met him, I was like, hey, what happened? You don't look like where'd the abs go? He was like, oh, I broke my ankle, so I hadn't been able to work out in the gym. Huh, that's funny, because every time we talk on the phone, you'd call me from the gym. So what were you just in there doing? You're just sitting there on some equipment? Water aerobics, huh? Liar. Fat fish liar. It is court time. I'm waiting for them in a second now. It's 3:32. Let me just hit refresh. Make sure I'm not missing something. We're waiting. Yeah. I hate it when they make me act crazy. He had to go. I knew something was going to be wrong with him, the guy who fat fished me. I knew something was going to be wrong with him when his mom told me the story about how she's really sweet. I just love her. She told me the story about how when he was like in 4th and 5th grade, he used to like to call CPS on her whenever she wouldn't make him hot breakfast. No wonder he was big as a house. I was like, and she said it in retrospect because he's like super successful now. But I'm thinking to myself, the fact that he in 4th, 5th grade was calling CPS and felt entitled to do so because you wouldn't make him a hot breakfast for him to go to school because you had to take care of his brother, your husband, and everything else that was going on. And to me, he sounds quite entitled. Oh, and he did not own a microwave. He said he didn't believe in them. I didn't like that. I did not like that at all. How are we over here living in this nice little Santa Monica apartment? And when I get home and I want to reheat my Wingstop, I can't. I got to wait for 30 minutes, put it in the oven because he said he don't believe in microwaves. Well, I do. I do. Oh, yeah, 50-50 means roommates. Because here's the thing. You want to go 50-50. Well, you're not trying to get half of my chocha. You trying to share it? You want to share that with somebody else? You get half, he gets half. Is that what you want to do? Probably not. You want all of it, but only want to provide for a portion. Get away from me. On the run, you don't do microwaves. Let me tell you, that is really, really hard. That is really, really hard. But I mean, actually, that was before toaster ovens. I suppose a toaster oven could be an alternative. But like I was having to oven reheat stuff. No, he wasn't found guilty already. We are waiting. Yeah, and I understand the reason he was saying he didn't like the microwaves, but like when, especially his child at the time was 2, like when I was trying to like reheat stuff for a 2-year-old, 2-year-olds are so impatient. You know how long it takes to make fish sticks in the oven versus fish sticks in the microwave, or even just reheat something like we went out to eat and I have leftovers, like, oh, okay, give the baby some French fries or whatever. Wait, Coach Malik says, I called CPS to get services for a child. They said a child eating noodles only was okay. He would have gotten oatmeal every morning, no sugar or raisins. See, exactly. Exactly. And then that his self had the nerve to be cheating on me anyway. I was like, this is stupid. You got some nerve. Which part? I don't remember. Oh, I'm talking about the warrant for my arrest. It's just a little minor warrant. So anybody that does tickets in Houston, can you help me? There's a warrant for my arrest. I've never done tickets before because it just seemed tedious. I just need to get this warrant lifted. I'll exchange services. I don't care if you're a lawyer or not. I just need somebody to get this warrant off me because I'm scared I'm gonna like try to go drive to a hookah lounge or get on a plane and they're gonna be like, "Excuse me, ma'am, come with me." I didn't do anything this time. There's just so what happened was I had a date with this guy and he was really cute. And then I got pulled over for having an expired sticker. This is how I got the warrant for my arrest. I got pulled over for a expired registration sticker. Now, normally, like cops would put me over and I'd be like, oh, but at this point, it was 2 years expired. So finally, I got a ticket and I was mad. They gave me a ticket. And with the ticket, it says like, oh, if you get your car registered prior to the date, you don't have to show up. So I got my car registered prior to the date. But then this guy called me and was like, hey, do you want to go on a date out of town to whatever city? And I was like, yeah, boo. And so I went and I accidentally missed the hearing date. Oh, here we go. Here we go. So that's how I got the warrant for my arrest. Can somebody please help me lift it? Okay. Hit refresh. All right, let's get this sound on here. It's a little noisy in this courtroom. Sounds like a circus. So anyway, yeah, there's no warrant for my arrest, but as long as I don't drive, I should be fine. 25, my cousin Noella. Here we go. Put this up here. We'll make it smaller for the meantime while we're waiting. 25, my cousin Noella, and tell her, or don't tell her. 2 years. Yeah. See, it's not my fault. My ex-fiance should have did it. This is why I need a man to do chores. Let me turn the sound off on this until we get some visual. That's why I need a man to do some chores. I still got some twigs in my backyard from the storm that happened July 8th. And I need somebody to go and handle that. He must be confident. He should have taken that plea deal. Yeah, that 180 days. It's showtime. We're ready. Everyone I know in Houston lets their registration expire. Yes. YouTube streets. Yes, Sumner. Fat, cheap, and a cheater. Oh, hell no. Yes. I called my son's PO and got his lifted and a letter sent to me for proof. Oh, wonderful. Okay, I'm going to do that. They're going to show up to my job. Oh, no, we're not going to let him in. It's a law office. We don't let the cops in. What's going on, guys? No, who is this going? I don't know what they want. For a dude to have so little pride as a man to even suggest so. He sounds like he is. Oh, here we go.
All right. Mr. Sloman is finished, and Mr. Takapina, the floor is yours.
Ladies and gentlemen, this case is about one man's jealousy, lies, and greed. That man is not around here. That man's Terrell Efron, or you've heard the name Relly. He is the source of all the evidence in this case, all of it. That the prosecution is going to rely on is the source of all the evidence. The two assaults you're going to hear about in this case were both committed by this Relly. Both. All the the evidence comes through his mouth, every single piece of evidence, for you to decide these charges through his mouth. This case rises or falls on his credibility. The videos you saw without his testimony proves absolutely nothing. You need to believe his testimony and his version of events from the video for these charges to be proved. The last thing the district attorney said on his opening statement to you was, don't leave your common sense at the door or use your common sense, something like that. Please don't leave your common sense at the door and explore you to use your common sense in this case. Look,
He looks handsome.
I will address the credibility of Relly in great detail later with the evidence will show. But first, let me begin explaining the purpose of an opening statement, what we do here.
Oh, he looks handsome.
Opening statements are really lawyers giving you a preview of how we believe the evidence is going to show come in. I will unfold this case, but it's more than that, actually. It's a promise to you. It's a promise from us to you. It's a promise that what we say is going to be proven is actually proven. And it's not like one of those politician promises. You know the politician promises, right? If you vote for me, I'll lower taxes, I'll make it safe, unemployment will go down, all those great things that politicians promise, and then based on those promises, you vote. And then you hope they fulfill those promises. Not here. Here, both sides make promises to you right now. You get to see if we fulfill those promises, and then you vote. That's the difference. Ladies and gentlemen, you represent the state of California, the people of the state of California, North Suburban. And there's no greater service a citizen of this country can do than serve in the military or do what you're being asked to do right now. Stand in judgment of another person in a matter so great and glorious. It's just an incredible burden to bear. But that's why the 16 of you were chosen. There were 106 people here. You made the cut because you all assumed, and even the ultimates assured us that you could carry out that burden fairly, impartially, without a bias, without a closed mind. Listen to the evidence carefully before rendering your decision, you promise. And base your decision only on the evidence, not some preconceived notions stemming from the nature of this case or what you may have read or heard.
This is entirely
But just on facts. And to abide by the basic tenets of our Constitution.
Why is his suit
without any presumption.
so tight?
And they're not mere technicalities, instead they're the backbone of this country. A person is presumed innocent, Judge Ray Colby. And it means he is in fact innocent. Until and unless the prosecution proves otherwise beyond a reasonable doubt. A reasonable doubt, the judge will give you the law labor at the end of the case. But it's doubt that cause you to hesitate, no matter what importance in your own life. I submit to you the decision you make in this case at the end will be the most important decision in the life of right mayors. And I'm confident that if you apply the standard and hold the prosecution to the burden of proving each and every element of both counts, beyond that doubt, the reasonable doubt, this will work out. And that's why the 16 was one assures. Look, this is serious business, and I just want to tell you one last thing before we dive in. I just think some people when they become jurors forget. No one here is going to, both sides are not going to ask you to do anything you don't do in your everyday life. No one's going to ask you to do
The judge is not asleep.
When you make determinations of credibility, nothing you don't do in your everyday life. Whether someone's telling the truth, whether they're lying, whether they're mistaken. Just from your everyday life experiences, you'll be the best juror as possible. There is no.
He's Trump's lawyer. He defended him in
And
his
now know there's no
assault
jury school.
case for Trump.
Use your God-given common sense in looking at this evidence. I know that will package you this case. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, my name is Joe Decapine. I, along with Sarah Kaplan and Chad Siegel, have the absolute honor and privilege to represent Rocky Mayo's case. Known globally.
And Michael Jackson. He defended Michael Jackson.
The evidence will show you that Rocky was a self-made man, risen from the most humble beginnings to extraordinary successes through work, dedication, and artistic ability.
This argument is also relevant. What is said in opening statement is not evidence. What is evidence is what can be proved. Sometimes things are said in opening statement that cannot be proven, and are not proven. Sometimes they are. That's what this case will be.
Remember my promises. I'll remember theirs.
Hit that like button, guys.
Closing statements. I remember the DA put up a slide in the opening. It's from Harlem, a picture of him and Rihanna. Talked about when he was a teenager. I want to do the same thing. You'll hear he was born in Harlem, like they said. He was raised in poverty.
Your Honor.
You'll hear that
Same, Your Honor, the same objection.
You'll hear about his upbringing, his mother and his siblings, and how he overcame with hard work, with dedication, and with talent. Rocky is not only
I do want you to stick to what you, the evidence will show.
yes, I do believe the evidence will show that, but I'm going to get deeper into these facts. But what the evidence will also show is he's not only a celebrated artist and a fashion icon, he's a man who raised a beautiful family. That's the district attorney put the picture of his significant other.
Your Honor, you've got to get to the facts.
You're going to hear the stark contrast in two individuals. Rocky on one side, Pharrell Efron on the other side, known as Relly. He represents a very different narrative. The evidence will show you that this Relly presents himself to the world as a wealthy, successful man, source like he's a recording artist, businessman. He flaunts a very lavish lifestyle on social media. He poses with luxury goods.
The same objection, none of this is evidence.
Evidence will show you this. None of this is evidence yet. There's no evidence on both sides. Posting pictures of himself with large sums of cash and whatnot. It's fraud. He is all about money grab. The truth is far different. And you're going to see this extravagant lifestyle that Relly flaunts is nothing more than a fraud, built on not on success and hard work, but upon criminal activity. Ladies and gentlemen, this case is all about money. I've said it once, twice, I'll say it a few more times. The evidence will show you it's nothing more than a money grab. Nothing more.
Money grab.
A clear attempt at extortion by Relly so he can funding this extravagant lifestyle of his that he presents to the world. You're going to see the only reason we're in this courtroom is because Rocky would not agree to be a victim of another one of his crimes. Over here. So Rocky said, here's some money.
Yep.
We're not here.
Told
He
y'all.
doesn't go to the police. And even after we went to the police, if Rocky gave him money, we're not here. It's not about justice, it's about money. Period, end of story. And I will show you that. The evidence will make clear that Relly is trying to leverage a fabricated story to extract money from Rocky, using lies to support these claims. The evidence will show you that Relly is a blatant perjurer, someone who takes an oath, despite that oath lies. The evidence will show you, and you will see him commit perjury right before you in this court. And you'll see how important that is to this case. Because evidence will show that despite all the evidence they claim to have, all of it, and I mean all of it, will rise and fall on the word of Relly and his credibility. Period. End of story.
Yeah, This lawyer
You will see
represented
the
Michael
same
Jackson
identity prosecution
and
on
Donald
Thursday.
Trump in Donald Trump's recent
Let's
lawsuit
walk you through the
against
events leading
for
to
S
the
assault.
incident of November 6th, 2021, which is that part of this case. But to do that, we have to start a few years back. From Relly's own testimony, that was the catalyst for this incident. His resentment, from his own testimony, his resentment was the catalyst for this incident, and his animosity towards Rocky. The evidence will show you that Relly met Rocky when he was in high school in Harlem. They were both part of that creative and artistic conglomerate called ASAP, which now you know means always strive and prosper.
Always striving and prospering, not as soon
Over
as
the
possible.
years, Rocky achieved more and more success in the entertainment industry at first. He did maintain a friendship with his Relly, unfortunately for him.
No, he lost the Trump
He
trial.
sought to help Relly through professional collaboration. But that wasn't enough for Relly, clearly. You'll see the kind of person Relly is in this world. You're going to see it. He was jealous and angry, and as Rocky rejected some of the projects he presented him, Relly's resentment grew deeper and darker. So embittered by the success achieved by Rocky, someone he once considered peer,
I think she's on the team.
on a dangerous
That's weird.
course of action. And in November 2021, Relly's resentment towards him reached the fever pitch. After tragedy had struck another member of this ASAP group, an individual named ASAP Josh had untimely death, passed away. Evidence will show you that Rocky stepped up, spoke to the parents and the mom,
Mm-hmm.
ASAP Josh, and involved to cover the cost of the funeral, bring the body back to New York and pay for the funeral. But Relly, still blinded by resentment, believed otherwise. He thought for some reason Rocky didn't agree to pay, or had agreed to pay, but didn't actually pay.
Had agreed to pay, but
He
didn't
was
actually pay.
Furious. He went as far as to threaten physical violence against him because he thought he didn't pay for the funeral or for the expense of flying the body back. He was wrong.
So it all started from issues with the funeral of their mutual friend.
Physical violence. And you're going to see that for yourself, ladies and gentlemen.
ASAP paid for it, but Relly didn't believe him.
That you'll hear about. Relly told his friend that Rocky was a piece of shit and declared, "I'm going to beat this nigga up."
Oh.
Now, it's funny. They showed you a lot of text messages.
He said the N-word. Do we
I
care?
didn't see that one. Did not see that one.
Do we care?
That's the catalyst. That's weeks before this incident, when he came in hot on November 6, 2021 on Argyle. And if you fast forward only a few weeks on November 6, 2021, you'll see that. You see that Relly sought to turn those threatening words into dangerous actions.
I know. I was
And he did.
surprised. I was surprised.
The evidence will show you that on
The
November
lawyer
6,
just said the N-word.
2021, Rocky was scheduled to attend a music festival. They put it up there called Ballistics, with two other members of the ASAP crew, Elijah Ulanga and Jamel Phillips, now know them as ASAP Ills and ASAP 12. So in order to address Relly's resentment, because he was really mad, and have him accompany Ills and 12 to the festival, Rocky reached out to him multiple times. As a matter of fact, you saw a text from one of Relly's friends to Relly saying, "Hey, I think he wants you, Rocky wants you to perform at Complex Con." So Rocky was trying to get him to come. It was sort of a celebration of the ASAP crew. So Rocky, yes, he was urgently messaging him because they were late for this Complex Con. You're going to hear that from multiple witnesses. He was making them late for the show, so there were multiple messages for both 12 and Rocky. Where are you? Where are you? Where are you? However, you're going to learn that although Relly, because Rocky had reached out to Relly to make plans to meet at this hotel. And you're going to learn, however, that Relly said he was staying
No,
at
not
the Lowe's
necessarily.
Hotel, who was in fact staying at the Lowe's Hotel, lied to Rocky and said he was staying at the W Hotel. Why? Because he wanted Rocky to think he was staying at a nicer place for him, which is consistent with his pattern of showing off, phony, extravagant lifestyle. But also consistent with his pattern of lying. You'll see Relly committed perjury about that exact reason. And despite Rocky's best intentions, the evidence will show you that Relly was angry when he agreed to meet Rocky that day. And that anger came to a head when he encountered Rocky on the street, outside of a parking lot, on Argyle Avenue, leading to a brief altercation that took place on the street, which you saw a clip of, a very short clip of. You'll learn that Relly claims Rocky instigated, Relly, by the way, is twice the size, but we'll get to that. Relly claims that Rocky instigated the altercation, but the evidence will show you it was Relly who was one of them for a fight. And you'll hear about Relly's day, the hour before meeting Rocky. You'll hear what happened that day. Independent Rocky that day. You'll hear Relly saying that Rocky pressed a gun through his stomach, through his chest, and his head. But the evidence, the independent evidence, the stuff that you don't need Relly's word for, we'll show you otherwise. Fortunately, the video evidence from the parking garage captures the incident. And that just lies to Relly's fabricated story about that. The video will also show you the real aggressor was here. It shows you that Relly approached Rocky and reached out first. It was Relly who made the first physical contact. You can see in a second. The DA said that Rocky was the aggressor. Here's the video. It also shows that what followed was a very quick scuffle to get him soil, with Relly making physical contact and pulling Rocky towards him. Not Rocky pushing Relly, who outweighs about 100 pounds. Not Rocky pushing Relly, but Relly pulling Rocky. The DA said in his opening, he said that Rocky was pushing Relly. You know who else said Relly was pulling Rocky? Relly said that. Relly in the statement. And when he watched the video, he said, yes, I was pulling Rocky this way. That's not a good narrative. So they just changed it. But Relly has made statements about this incident. And they're stuck with those. It shows the incident was over in a matter of seconds. And despite Relly's exaggerated claim that there was no evidence,
I don't know about all white, but there's no blacks on the jury.
Stomach, right at his chest,
7 men, 5 women.
Instead, the evidence shows that Relly, again, visibly much larger than Rocky was the antagonizer here. Now, all that being said, I do need to pause here for a second. I need to pause here for a second and address the very thing that serves as the basis for Relly's fabricated story. The video that you saw, the first video, shows Rocky holding an object what appears to be a gun. And Relly seized on that and manufactured his extortion claim. And we'll get to the extortion.
Yes, you can say slurs in court in the way that he did today, that this lawyer did. If you're saying something verbatim, repeating
And
from.
I'm not good on my promise, you'll hold it against me. I want you to. The evidence will make clear that the object Relly alleged was a firearm was absolutely nothing more than a prop gun.
Woo, you guys got it. Yeah, prop gun.
Ended his opening statement saying, 12B will tell you that. He'll testify we had Rocky tell you. Not just 12B, multiple witnesses will tell you that. Not just 12B. Multiple witnesses will tell you that was a prop gun.
Oh, we got it.
You'll learn that that was a prop gun.
What I heard, probably depends on the case, but probably.
A blank gun, or this type of fake gun. It's used in prop movies and music videos. It's also used to scare off attackers by looking and sounding like a real gun, without actually firing a live round. The evidence will show you that Rocky, obviously, I think you all know by now, is a high-profile person in public spotlight, and he was a target. The evidence will show, in fact, that he was the victim of prior violence, which caused him to have to carry this. Victim of home invasions, victim of a stalker at that time, in November of 2021, victim of a slashing on his face, which he still carries with him today. It's
Your Honor, there's been no.
I think the defense attorney is doing an okay job right now. So the best thing he said so far is that it was a prop gun.
Carry a prop gun to scare off potential attackers.
He's saying he was supposed to do that to protect his wife, to protect Rihanna. Correction.
Rocky was licensed to possess firearms and licensed to carry firearms in November of 2021. He was licensed by the state of California. He could have legally had his own firearm.
But he didn't even have a firearm.
He
Is what
didn't
they're
want
trying
to
to
carry
say.
a real gun, though. Despite his ability to do so legally, he didn't want to carry a real gun. For fear that he would either injure someone or himself.
Remember, the charge is having a semi-automatic weapon. So if it's found that it's a prop gun, he wins.
Carrying a legal gun. He was licensed to carry a gun in this state.
Saber not cut in half. He would have only done about
So you're
10%.
gonna learn that in
10%.
July 2021, a few months before the incident with Relly, Rocky was in a music video with Rihanna that had prop guns in it. The evidence will show you that Rocky took one of them, which he carried as a security measure, as he was advised to do to scare off potential attackers. And that's exactly what he tried to do with Relly on November 6, 2021.
The prop gun to scare off attackers.
Unfortunately, you hear that Relly was not to be deterred, not scared, because Relly knew that that gun wasn't real.
Ah.
There will be evidence to that effect. And all of Rocky's friends knew that Rocky carried a prop gun for safety. All of them. In fact, the evidence will show you this. That Relly not only told Rocky as much, but he actually called Rocky's bluff and said, shoot me. Knowing that he couldn't. With all this laid out, I do want to show you the video and walk you through it with respect to the first encounter. I'm going to play it once, it's quick, and then I want to show you two snippets. Here's the first encounter. That's Relly coming up. Okay, now, there's two things I want to play for you in there. The first thing is, the first person to raise a hand to anyone is Relly. You're gonna see when he comes up, initially, that's him, you all agree, in those black pants coming up. First person in the video, see he goes with his left hand, he raises his hand first. Play that one snippet going with this. Boom. Do it again. Boom. He comes up with that left hand before Rocky raises his right hand. And how do you know that? Play the next clip, please. He has his hand around Rocky's neck or shoulder, and Rocky's right hand then finally comes up. Boom. This guy has his hands around Rocky's neck or shoulder.
I'm wrong.
Before Rocky's right hand comes up. Boom.
So apparently Rocky is in black.
You heard and you saw in the video, they going backwards. Relly, again, who's much bigger, you can see that from there, said to the police, yeah, I pulled him back. They told him.
Oh. So then did Relly have a gun too?
Defies sort of the laws of physics. He outweighs him by almost 100 pounds. Relly pulled him back.
So Relly is a big
By
guy.
the way, all the gun pointing to the head, chest, pressed against the stomach would have had to have happened within seconds of that video with that kid Ills in between them. Seconds. You saw none of that on the video. And the second encounter,
Nope.
after that brief altercation,
They don't have to be wealthy.
by the parking garage, Relly was angry and out of control still, and he wouldn't stop. The evidence will show you that those three guys, Rocky, Ills, and Twelby, walked away. They walked away. There was a map put up here. I don't have one of those. It was nice. It was a map showing where the first thing happened, and then there was a block, and then a walk around the block where the second thing happened. That guy followed them around two corners. Pursuing them. He hadn't had enough, apparently. They were walking away from him, trying to get away from him. He pursued them around two corners. And the evidence will show you that those guys, Rocky, Ills, and Twelby, tried to get away from him. They tried. You'll hear that although Relly claimed that Rocky had a real gun, now, Relly not only continued to follow the guy with a real gun, but he followed and yelled at them and berated them and told the Ills, "You're a crackhead." And told Twelby, "You live in the projects. You're not successful like me." And told Rocky, "You're a bitch."
Oh.
So the guy who supposedly pulled a real gun on him, and now apparently someone else has a knife too.
It's irrelevant for the
They're
law
running away
because he's
from
charged
him.
with the
He's chasing
semi-automatic,
them and
having a
hanging
semi-automatic.
Bragging about his own successes. You'll listen to Relly's story about that, ladies and gentlemen. You get to assess them.
Yes, Joe, they did that before lunch.
Because it will continue to unravel. His story will continue to unravel. Even the police questioned him. "Why would you continue to follow Rocky after he supposedly pulled a real gun out on you?" said the police to Relly. And you'll hear Relly's answer to the police. "I don't know." I don't know. I promise you that answer is going to change in this courtroom. That's what he said initially when asked. And of course he didn't know. He had to say, "I didn't know why I followed him." Because he couldn't tell the police the truth that he knew Rocky's gun was a prop gun. Because that wouldn't work for his narrative. One that could actually shoot him. And because he was aware of that fact, Relly continued his aggression. You'll hear that Relly was so angry that he was ready to hit Twelby, according to Relly. You'll hear that he was so angry that he hated Ills, according to Relly. You'll learn that when Relly finally caught up with him around two corners, on the corner of Selma and East Belmar, this anger became a boiling point, and he attacked this kid Ills. Attacked him. And make no mistake about it, the evidence will show you, Relly was the aggressor there as well. And Rocky, again, significantly smaller than Lee, fired that prop gun, that starter gun, which makes sounds just like a real gun. That's the purpose of it. He fired it twice, hoping the sound would be enough to scare off Relly and protect Ills. Wrong. Relly didn't stop. He didn't stop because he knew it was a prop gun, but he didn't stop. And the evidence will show you that after Rocky fired those two warning shots with that prop gun, car alarms went off. Because there was that big parking lot right there where they were. Car alarms went off. I'm sorry, but you guys are here. Hard to look everywhere. So Twelby, being sort of sound mind, told Rocky, "Hey, listen, man, get out of here. The car alarms are going off now. People are going to start coming." Rocky obviously is a public figure, and now people are going to have their attention drawn to this. Get out of here. Rocky listened. He persuaded Rocky to leave the scene. 12B said, I'll check on Ills, because Ills was having a rough go of it. Ills is smaller than Rocky. And really was pummeled. You're gonna hear about how Ills face looked after this encounter. It was a hot mess. So you'll hear a different story from Relly. He claims he grabbed him, Ills, as a human shield. A human shield. Funny, Ills didn't get shot. But he was a human shield. Evidence will show you that's another lie. It's another lie. The evidence will show you that. You'll see that Relly knew the prop had been hurt, first of all. Second, you're going to see that Relly wasn't hiding behind Ills or under Ills.
You don't scare nobody with a prop gun.
Video,
I just don't believe.
You'll see that Relly's on top of Ills as they're on the floor, on top of him. Punching. And even after Rocky left the scene, listen, even after Rocky left the scene and ran,
I don't think those people knew it was a prop gun. I think they thought it was a regular.
Continued to attack Ills. A witness will walk you through that. That sort of is a problem for them.
That boy didn't know it was a prop.
I mean, this guy was
If he did, he wouldn't have come back the next day looking for casing.
And he is still attacking the guy that he started to attack before there was any warning shot fired. He's still attacking, not to be deterred by any star pistol or real bullets from him. The DA played you a video.
Los Angeles.
It had that sound, those little box in the bottom, and it had a sound. Or pop pop. That video was called the sequence surveillance video. The district attorney played it on the roll. Funny part about that video is that they cut out that last part of the video. We'll play it before. But the part where Ills goes back and attacks, Relly goes back and attacks Ills. They cut that part of that video out. It's not on that sequence surveillance video. They cut out those last 3-4 seconds. That's a problem. Now, this old case, like the first one around the corner, was also captured on video. But as you saw, that thing is not here. I saw some pictures up here earlier. It looked like aliens or something. But it's not here. But you can make some things out.
Because there's 3 different angles of video.
Even Relly in his testimony said, I really can't tell what happened in that video. So we have to go on his word now. And although the video captured that incident, that was less than half a minute, not particularly clear. The evidence will make clear what happened there. The evidence will. Relly physically attacked Ills. Rocky tried to use a prop gun to defend him. And with that, I want to walk you through that video the best we can. We'll play it
Yeah,
first.
walk me through it. I need to know what you're talking about. Walk me through this video.
Corner. Up here. Focus on here.
Yeah, which one is it? He wanted to scare him, or they knew it was a prop gun? Because you don't scare people with prop guns.
There's Rocky. There's 12B. Then Ills comes and he's following. You see him go right after Ills, Relly. That's when Rocky fires the warning shots. And there's Ills on top. Relly on top of Ills, punching him. That's Ills going down to the ground. Rocky's gone. 12B's about to be gone. And watch. There goes Relly back after Ills. And then he goes away after he hits him again.
Relly's fighting
Ills
everybody.
eventually caught up with 12B and Rocky.
It's a prop gun.
Case was
Oh,
basically
defense says it's a prop. We'll find out.
We have the clips to play. So let's do that again. So I'm going to play broken down little clips. The first one is then all being followed, upper right-hand corner again, guys. All being followed by Relly. 3 of them trying to get away. First Rocky, then 12, then Ills, and Relly's still coming hard. And you get to see this as many times as you want later. The second one is Relly on top of Ills on the ground. Is that right? Yes.
Oh, I see it.
Help here. Can I stand
A
up
little
here?
dark.
Actually,
Over here.
Alex is going to get our we have a pointer in the courtroom,
Oh,
and he's going to get it.
all right.
So, yeah.
Yeah,
you
get
can
the
stand where
pointer.
You want to stand, but in a little while, Alex will bring up the pointer, and you can use it, or Mr. Lewis can use it, or Mr. Lowen can use it, or Mr. Sewell can use it.
All right, so not hold it well, I'm just gonna go forward here right now, okay? All right. You go back again, guys. This is the clip where you see Relly, and if you get to see it later, Relly, big guy, on top of that, little nails, on top of him, not using him as a shield. Watch. Go ahead. There's Relly, that's ill down, and Relly on top. He's not worried about a shield. He's going after it.
Look, ASAP ran off first. He said, "Oh, y'all gonna fight for
And then the
yourselves."
last clip is, are we playing that last clip too? Take a look at it. It's after Rocky's gone, Relly continues his pursuit of
Rocky
Hills.
took off.
This poor little kid. There. And he hits him again before he peels off. He goes to the left to hit Hills, and then he goes to the right. There's also a witness that saw this. Unfortunately, Rocky's attempt to scare Relly didn't have the intended effect, obviously. Instead, Relly continued his attack on Hills and then hatched his extortion plan. What you'll learn is that Relly returned to that scene an hour later. He returned to the scene an hour later. And he attempted to fabricate evidence, ladies and gentlemen. This is some offensive stuff. This is crystal clear. He attempted to fabricate evidence. You'll hear Relly's claim that he came back to the area an hour later with his girlfriend, Lydia Parker, and that while they were there, he quickly found 2 shell casings that Rocky fired right there, and he found them. And then he videotaped them. An hour later, you will see that story fall apart so hard. Why? Because the evidence will
A
show
prop
you
gun can make shots. That's what it does in a
well
movie
before Relly
scene.
returned
Pow,
to the
pow,
area,
makes noise.
7 police officers, like a SWAT, 7 police officers arrived at that same spot. They responded to the scene and carefully searched every inch of that area. I could not believe what I heard on the opening statement. Oh, the police didn't know where to look.
The police didn't know where to look, is what the
Police
prosecution
searched
said.
the exact same spot where Relly claims he picked up the bullets. Not close to it, not near it. The exact
Anybody
same
can have
spot.
casings. Anybody that's ever been to a
Thank
gun
God
range,
there's
anybody
videos.
that has a gun.
There's a body cam from the police where they were searching. And there's a surveillance video that you see here that captured Relly coming back an hour later. Exact same spot. So, we're playing it now? Go ahead. Well, it's not just we're playing, we're showing. Showing. So this is where the police are.
He's calling it a prop gun, so I don't know if it was modified, but great point, Zebra.
The police are searching with flashlights.
Oh.
There's 1, 2, 3, 4 right there right now. There were 7, there's another one here. This is where the alleged tussling was with Relly and Hills. Rocky's here, 12's here. Here's the corner they came around. So this is where the shots. Yeah.
Hit that like button, y'all.
Right, I got it wrong. This is where the shots were.
That's not the charge. The charge is assault with a semi-automatic. So if it's found it's not a semi-automatic,
Charged according to Relly, right
then
here.
Rocky wins.
Okay, right here. Look at where they're searching. This is where Relly, since he comes back an hour later and picks it up. And here's a landmark. Look, this is the corner that they all came around, right here. And this is where it all started. And here, there's that opening right here. See this big orange, red, whatever this thing is here? Look at the picture below. Okay. That thing there is that thing here. That opening here, this is the big
But you
orange.
can't compare it to the gun if you never have the gun.
You'll be able to
They don't have the
see
gun. They have the
This is
prop
that
gun.
orange thing. back up again, guys, down to the other one. That orange thing, directly across a few feet there is where they're searching. Go down. Directly across a few feet there is where they're searching. You know what that is? It's really an hour later.
Ooh.
According to the police, they captured that surveillance video. That's him an hour later. Coming back, retrieving the exact same spot at the. Go ahead up.
Hmm.
The cops were searching with flashlight. The cops weren't there looking for, they didn't know what. The cops were there looking for shell casings because they were called in for shots fired.
That judge is half asleep.
So what the police officers searching that scene found were no shell casings, no bullet fragments anywhere. They were there. 7 officers with flashlights searching everywhere. No shell casings, no bullet fragments, no damaged property. Understand, there was a parking lot full with cars right across from where this alleged shooting was, real was, right? Not a window broken, a tire popped, a dent in a piece of metal. No damage to any vehicle at all.
No saber. They don't have to give all. They
Absolutely
do not.
no sign of a real gun being fired, as one of the police officers on the scene said. I repeat that. One of the police officers on the scene said, there's no evidence of a gun being fired. But still,
Could be.
I'm
Hey,
going to
Paige.
ask you to believe Relly, who miraculously found them in the dark an hour later after 7 trained officers with searchlights in the same exact spot couldn't find them. So much for the officers didn't know where to look. But they were right in the same spot. So, for that matter, although Relly is going to claim his girlfriend was there with him, because that gives a corroborating witness that can back his story up. When he found those shell casings an hour later, the video evidence in this case will show
Things hit that like y'all.
that she wasn't with him, unless she's a ghost.
Oh.
That she wasn't with him.
Oh.
Thank God for those surveillance videos.
Oh.
So what did Relly first do with the videos he made of the shell casings? Did he go to the police? No, he didn't contact the police. Instead, he sent them to Rocky and Rocky's manager and said, I'm going to be rich. That was his first thought. I'm going to be rich.
Mm.
I mean, here's someone who basically claims he was shot. That was the initial story, shot. He miraculously recovered.
Yes.
From the crime scene that police could
He
find.
can, but he won't go to jail. Relly will not
He
go to
go to
jail.
the police. First office, I'm going to be rich. Well, the evidence will show you that Relly committed perjury about those messages. You actually text a message to me, I'm going
Yes.
to be rich. You said, I'm going to be rich at one point.
Yeah.
But he said, oh, I didn't mean rich when I said itch. I meant irritable.
I'm gonna be rich. He texted to someone. Oh wow.
Itch. Sometimes it's called itch. Irritable.
Mm.
It's just one line after the other. He testified like early here in this case, under oath. And you'll learn shortly after sending those messages to Rocky and his business manager, you're going to learn that Relly sent another message to his business partner, to Relly's business partner, saying, I want to get this nigga's money.
Mm.
That's what was on his mind, not his near-death experience. Oh my God, how did he even survive that scrape on his knuckles? Not running to the police
Of course,
to
Linda.
arrest the culprit. No. Texting everyone, I'm going to get rich, I'm going to get his money. That's all he cared about. The evidence will show you that Relly fabricated these shell casings in order to extort Rocky, right from the outset, right from the get-go. And why did he think he could get away with that? Why? Because Relly didn't know that the police had already returned within minutes of the sound of the incident there and searched the scene. He didn't know that. And of course, they didn't find anything. We talked about that already. There was no actual shooting because there was no real gun. There was no evidence of a shooting because there was no real gun.
I'm sure he did.
And that's why
Yes.
that same night, in response to Relly's text to Rocky texted him, I shot you, go to the police. They didn't show you that text, though. Showed you a bunch of texts.
Usually your opening statement is supposed to be less than 30 minutes.
Rocky saying, go to the police. Yeah, because someone who really shoots someone and is guilty says, yeah, go to the police. Rocky texted him that. Of course, he didn't go to the police. That was not on his mind. You'll hear what he thinks of the police. After his immediate efforts to restore Rocky failed, he just wanted to get rich, wanted to get that, need his money. He said, when it didn't work, he said, okay, I better go get a civil lawyer. After he tried on his own to get the money, let me go get a civil lawyer to try and get money out of Rocky. And you'll hear that because the civil lawyer would only take his case if he went to the police. Relly then went to the police 2 days later.
That's tea.
2 days after the incident, he finally goes to the police.
Because he wanted to get the civil court.
Statements he made to the police because he couldn't keep the story straight. It is all over the place. You'll hear this ridiculous claim, like the one about him being shot. You saw that picture. The supposed proof of him being shot, the knuckle scrapes, the superficial knuckle scrapes across his knuckles, which are consistent with him doing what he did.
Yeah, we talked about it a little earlier.
That did not feel good. But attacking somebody and punching him and scraping the knuckle on the ground. What kind of bullet does that? Hits one knuckle, bounces down, hits another knuckle, bounces down again.
I'm talking about the attorney in this case. I don't know if you're talking about a different attorney.
Now you hear the back off, way off that thing now. You'll hear his ridiculous thing about that injury, that it was a gunshot wound that required medical attention, he first said. Of course, now the DA just said to you, oh, you don't have to decide at the end of this case if you got shot or not. You don't have to decide. Not that easy. Not that easy. You do have to decide because his credibility is at issue here. You have to decide who's lying.
Rocky could have handed a different gun.
If he was making up a story,
They could have handed different shell cases too.
You find he didn't get shot.
Right.
You do have to decide. Relly at this very moment has a civil lawsuit against Rocky, seeking millions of dollars.
Millions.
$30 million.
Wow.
$30 million. Not money. Not just. Oh, he also claims that he has a permanent disability. Permanent disability from another state.
A permanent disability?
He lies about almost everything in this case.
I want to see where he went to the hospital. If you got a permanent disability, let me see.
Permanent disability. You're going to see an Instagram video of him with that permanent disability, showing his manicured hand, turning it around with his Rolex watch on. Permanent disability. It is expensive to a different level. He even claims he went for necessary medical treatment for his injury to a hospital, but not here in LA, where he was shot. He waited all the way from California to New York to go to a hospital many days later, after getting a civil lawyer and being told by the detective in this case, really, you should go to the hospital, not to make sure you're not going to die, not to make sure you don't lose use of your hand, not to make sure your knuckles heal. The detective said you should go to the hospital for this case. The detective, it's going to be undisputed, told Relly to go to the hospital for this criminal case.
Relly was also punching people. So any injury to his hands could be from
Is that
punching
what we do?
and fighting
We
the other
struck
guy when he was down.
Victims go to the hospital to make it look better. Those scrapes are no more proof of a real gunshot than those shell casings that the 7
That's
officers did not find are. And what else did the police not find after Relly turned in the shell casings over to them, finally, after walking around and God knows where for 2 days? What else did the police not find? You'll hear that the police, despite examining them for fingerprints, didn't find Rockies on them. Because bullets, metal, capture prints. So if someone loads a bullet into a gun, got prints on that.
Right.
Not Rockies. Now, the shell casings apparently had no fingerprints on them whatsoever. As if someone who claimed to find them after the fact wiped them completely clean.
Mm.
And what else wasn't found on those shell casings? Rocky's DNA. They took samples, the police did, of Rocky's DNA for the purpose of comparison. They took his DNA to compare with the bullets. Zero. Nothing.
No DNA from Rocky
Never
found
connected to the shell casings.
on the shell casing.
As I mentioned, he was
No fingerprints
licensed to
either.
carry and possess firearms. You'll learn that he legally possessed firearms, which in fact were recovered from his home. You saw that whole bunch of pictures. He had firearms legally in his home. No problem. Police did a search, they recovered them. No problem with the police. The evidence will show you that none of those firearms recovered were in 9mm caliber. Because he didn't have one. You'll learn that the 9mm caliber of the shell casings that Relly claims to have recovered from the scene are exactly the type of gun that Rocky didn't possess or own. You'll hear, and you heard from their opening, that there was a single magazine containing 9mm ammunition in his homes. And you'll learn that belonged to his manager, Lou Levy, who will tell you, he will be here and testify why that was his. He also was licensed. Most importantly, though, when it comes to this little issue of the bullets recovered by Relly, that they never have experienced, police missed, and all that stuff, and the 9mm ammunition recovered in Rocky's home, that one magazine, 5 bullets, whatever. Most importantly, you're going to learn that the shell casings were completely different than the ones that Relly said he found at the scene gave to the police. Completely different. You'll learn that the 9mm ammunition in Rocky's home was a brand called Sig Sauer, and the Relly shell casings that he claims to have found at the scene, that the police missed, were a brand called Federal. I'm going to show you the difference. I'm going to show you the pictures.
Totally different.
This is the one in the house. That's that magazine that they recovered with a few bullets in it. That was Lou Evans.
Okay.
This says Sig. Whoa. I can't see nothing now, so you zoom back a little bit. SIGSAUGER or something like that. Sauer. What's this? How does it say?
Luger.
What? Luger. Sig. SIG. Sig Luger.
All he has
The
to
ones
prove
at the
is
scene
that it's not
are these
semiotic.
From Relly.
If he can, well, he can prove that, he
FC,
wins.
which stands for
Federal cartridge.
Federal Cartridge. Completely different brand, completely different bullet. Those are the ones from the house.
If there's self-defense or something, that's different.
that
But
belong to someone
you don't even
else.
have to get to self-defense if it's not a semi-automatic.
Those are the ones that Relly claims to have found at the scene. They're different bullets altogether.
And it's the state's responsibility to prove that a semi-automatic
So
was
that
used.
big reveal on the opening. They didn't show you that. No. They didn't show you the comparison of the two bullets. Just the magazine. Ooh, I know. Different bullets. In the end, you'll see that all the objective evidence in this case relied on by the prosecution to support
Yes,
a
Amy.
shooting
They went over this
rises
today. That's
and
correct.
falls on the word and credibility of Relly, who is a proven criminal and perjurer. Those shell casings he claims to have found, the superficial scrapes he claims is a gunshot wound. The video himself that he even claims he can't make out clearly. We have to rely on his rendition of it only. Because without his rendition, you get nothing from any of this. Ladies and gentlemen, it's your job to win this trial to evaluate the evidence. To look at every single piece of evidence they present to you, the prosecution, and ask yourself, does that pass the smell test? I remember Mr. Lewin, every time he stood up in jury selection, said, possibility? Did we say possibility? No, no possibility. No possibility. The word possible is not part of this trial, he said to you. Remember that. This case is not about possible. It doesn't pass the smell test. And you have to ask yourself that. Does it? Or do you have it now? A final piece of evidence that is really the focus here. When you look at the charge in this case, there are two charges. The first charge is assault with a semi-automatic fire gun in this case. No, actually, I said that wrong. It's an assault with a semi-automatic firearm. That's the first count. Both counts of that, actually. The first one is the altercation in front of the parking garage. The second for the altercation around the corner. 2 counts. To prove those 2 counts, they must prove beyond a reasonable doubt 2 things. 1, Rocky possessed a real gun.
Well, this sounds like.
Oh. The judge will give you the law. He's right. The judge will give you the law in this, what needs to be proved.
Thank you.
Well, I made the objection, does that make me right?
And you were right too on that one, Mr. They won't be able to make it work in this case. When the judge gives the law, you see there's 2 things that have to be proved. It's not so
Well, tell. I think you should tell people what they are.
The objective evidence in this case, independent relevant, justice is not there. There are no gunshot wounds, no evidence of actual gunfire results at the scene, no shell casings found at the scene, the police arrived.
It sounds again like your argument.
Evidence will show you there's no property damage.
A gunshot is irrelevant. A prop gun can make a gunshot.
Anything. And that's because what Rocky had was a prop.
No, I'm not saying that. I'm not saying that.
Either that or he's
Too early, I don't know
the
that yet.
man face this earth. What is real in this case wasn't a gun, but Relly's attempt to extort Rocky. That is real. Out of millions of dollars and using this criminal case as a windfall in his civil one. And quotes,
Wasn't it supposed to be 30 minutes? He keeps talking.
My promise, it's a promise to you. And I would be doing this so emphatically if I weren't sure.
Oh, shut up. That's such a lie.
You will see, the evidence will show you
We all say
hard
that.
evidence of an extortion in this case. And perjury to try and cover it up. Hard evidence of an extortion in this case, the evidence will show you, and perjury and try to cover it. The evidence will show you Relly's understanding in that regard, that if Rocky's found guilty here, he automatically has liability in this case, gets money.
No, that's absolutely wrong. The jury being instructed. Counsel continues to make whatever.
Stop. No speaking objections. Stop. Disregard anything about the consequences of whether Mr. Mayers is or is not convicted in this case. The consequences have no bearing on any decision that you have to make, and you're going to be given a jury instruction to that effect.
Thank you.
It's part of motive. I think it's actually directly relevant because it goes to Relly's motive. Y'all let me know in the comments. Do you think it's relevant?
To this case. Ladies and gentlemen, when this case is over, you'll see that Rocky Mayers, he said Rocky's innocent. He's not only not guilty, he is innocent. And when we stand up here for our closing arguments in a couple of weeks, we'll talk about how the evidence shaped up. You'll see that for Relly was never about justice, ever. It's about a man seeking to profit from a fabricated narrative, using false.
I didn't hear. Read that.
It's about a man seeking profit from a fabricated narrative.
I'll explain it when it's over, the issue that just
Will
happened.
show you that Rocky has absolutely nothing to hide here. He's a man, evidence will show you he's a man who built success and passion found in hard work. He stands in stark contrast to this fellow. You will see Kate stand next week and lie to you over and over again, trying to destroy Rocky for his own financial gain. He's a parasite who wants you to help him get his pick. But ladies and gentlemen, at the end of this case, after all you've seen and heard, all the evidence and cross-examination, all the things I promised you today,
The judge was admonishing
I will
him.
ask at your hands for a verdict of not guilty for Rocky Mayers. It's the only verdict consistent with justice. It is the only verdict consistent with fairness. Thank you.
All right, folks, I want to take a 10-minute break, and I want council to remain in place.
They about to be in
Folks, meet outside
trouble.
the courtroom doors at 10 minutes before.
Let's see if they're going to broadcast this break, y'all.
Please don't discuss the case. Or anybody else.
I hope they keep the cameras rolling, or at least where we can hear it. Dang it. Okay, they're not. All right, let me break down to you what just happened there. Ciao. How long did they say that break was going to be all just a minute ago? I think they just said, did you say 10 minutes? All right, so part of the issues that were just happening in this case related to, hold on one second. Okay, there we go. So part of the issue here was the fact that, okay, 10 minutes. Thank you. The judge needed a break. Yeah, because the judge was falling asleep. So makes perfect sense. So part of the issue that was going on right now is that ASAP's lawyer was saying basically the whole reason that Relly went to the cops and filed charges was because this is a money grab and he wants to be able to pursue a civil lawsuit because he's currently going after $30 million apparently in the civil suit against ASAP. And so the defense attorney was saying if he files here in this lawsuit, it's going to allow him to win money that he's not entitled to, basically money that he's in an attempt trying to extort from Rocky in the civil suit. And that it's really about the civil suit. This was just a process that his own lawyer required him to go through in order for that lawyer to take the other case on contingency.
However, once the witnesses begin to testify, objections to questions that do not comport with the evidence code will be sustained. Evidence of the relationship between Mr. Mayers and Relly, all of that is relevant. The jury's entitled to know it. The circumstances under which Rocky grew up has no relevance in this case, and there's going to be no evidence of it. What happened in New York, how he grew up, whether he grew up poor, middle class, rich, none of that has any bearing on any decision that this jury is going to make. So there will be no evidence of his childhood. And speaking of judges, you both know this. I know that in the heat of battle, it tends to happen. I don't want speaking objections. Speaking objections are explaining to me why you are making the objection. If you make an objection, I know why. So just state the objection, state the legal grounds, but don't explain to me why. Everybody on the same page? Okay, all right, 10. What? Does it relate to his opening statement?
The $30 million suit is he's claiming injuries and permanent disability from being shot in the hand by ASAP Rocky.
I know it, the court knows it. The problem is, I don't Because basically, he just talks about whatever he wants to talk about. Don't make aspersions. You're not making a great aspersion. I watch you continue to argue. I just want to make sure several things he said about what the evidence didn't show. So for instance, he testified how bullets capture prints. You should have bullets on that gun. Well, as far as I know. You mean prints? Prints on, excuse me, prints on the cases, prints on the bullets. They're not dead photos on that. He repeatedly called the victim in this case, quote, a proven criminal and murderer. And here's the problem. Last time I checked, has he made a motion as to what, if any, conduct the court is going to allow? It is absolutely improper. Had a prosecutor done that, can you imagine? Just imagine for a moment. If we got enough, and he made aspersions about what happened to, for instance, the defendant in Sweden, without having brought enough to court's attention. I counted 10 different times when he called the victim a murderer. At least 5 times when he talked about how he was a proven criminal. Unless I missed it, Your Honor, where did he get the court's permission to be able to introduce that evidence? The court members, I said yesterday to counsel in the court, all that I ask you is there's an area that you're going into that is not absolutely clear. You approach, you make sure you can do it. Your Honor, it's not just a disrespect to me, to my co-counsel, it's a disrespect to the court, because he has basically decided, I'm going to say whatever I want about the victim.
Yes, Christian.
I don't care whether it's going to be allowed by the court. And then part of this, I see your point. Okay. Why are you telling me? I objected during, why am I telling this now? Very simply. I objected during his opening. Right. The court's position, it's clear to me, the court understands that much of what he said was objection. What the court said, I'm not going to stop somebody on opening. I'm reluctant to grant objections during opening statements, no matter who's making the opening statement, whether it's the people or the defense. So what I'm requesting is I want the court to instruct this jury specifically and very simply. The defense counsel made certain allegations. He called the victim in this case a criminal and a criminal. I know I'm not going to do that. What I will remind them is nothing that you say or any of the lawyers say is evidence. That is what I'm willing to remind them of that. And that's the end of the issue now. Once the witnesses testify, if you think that there's an objectionable question, object, and if you're right, I'll sustain the objection in a hot second.
Hey, bro.
No response is necessary.
Saber said since it's not direct testimony but opening remarks, he can call Relly an aardvark if he wants. And she's actually right. Basically, so just moments ago, and it doesn't, I can't tell if this is this just another break? I guess this is just another break for a while. Y'all let me know. Yeah. So basically what the judge was saying is that, or correction, what the state was requesting is that the judge admonish the defendants in front of the jury and state that they are to dismiss or strike or ignore the fact that Relly, the victim, was referred to as a criminal and a perjurer, because the state is concerned that they're not going to give Relly's testimony the proper credibility if they see him as a criminal and a perjurer. Now, he is a criminal, and I guess the allegation is once he gets on the stand and lie, he'll be a perjurer, unless they have evidence that he's lied in the past. What happens is if you want to bring in a witness's criminal history, there are certain motions that have to be filed before trial to be able to do so. I didn't hear any mention of those motions, which means it seems like there's already been an agreement. So, for example, if someone's a felon, and if it's a felon for moral turpitude, which is theft, scamming, any of that kind of thing, then after they give their testimony, you absolutely can cross-examine them and be like, yeah, you were arrested for scamming. You were arrested for theft. So we really shouldn't believe anything you say. You're allowed to do that. So effectively what the defense was trying to do is discredit Relly. The state was trying to do what's called rehabilitation and was hoping that the judge would agree to give an instruction to the jury that Relly was not a perjurer and Relly was not a criminal. But the judge instead was like, no, when we open the case and when you guys start testifying, they'll be able to make their own determination. Okay. Is the prosecutor crying like an infant over the defense calling names during? Yeah, well, I think he's just nervous. He's very nervous that the jury's not going to give them any credibility. But yeah, the judge is definitely putting his foot down. But what's really key, I want to hear your thoughts in the comments. Another 10-minute break is what we're on right now. I want to hear your thoughts in the comments, which are that. Now, one thing that the judge did put his foot down and stop was that when the defense was trying to establish the fact and make clear that this is a money grab and that if Relly wins this case, he then gets to recover in the civil case, as well as in the civil case, that's the real goal. In the civil case, Relly is suing ASAP for $30 million, claiming his hand is permanently disabled and that he's received other injuries from this incident. But his lawyer stated that the lawyer would not take on the case unless he did a police report. So that's why 2 days later, he goes down to the police station, makes a report. Boom, the lawyer takes his case. Mind you, this lawyer is taking the case on a contingency fee basis only, which means that lawyer only gets paid if he recovers money for Relly. All right, so I hope that has clarified for you guys. Now we got the bullet issue. Let me put this up. Hold on. Miss Mystery Singer. Okay, I see what you're trying to clarify here, and I really appreciate it. She said the witness called the police and stated that she heard gunshots. So yes, definitely a real gun was used. That's what Mystery is saying. In the audio that I played at the beginning of this, when we were waiting for this to start, we heard two sounds that sounded like gunshots. Actually, we heard two. And I think, so number one, it is the state's responsibility to prove a gun was used, right? So they are leaning at, hey, there's gun noises. Now, I did not realize that prop guns generally don't make noise, but here's what I just looked up and I'm going to share with you guys. Because I know that blanks do make noise. Those are what you hear and stuff on a movie set. So what it's saying here is that a standard prop gun by itself does not make a noise, as it is designed to be a replica without the ability to fire ammunition. However, when used in film or theater productions, a blank cartridge can be used to create a sound effect that simulates a gunshot, which is usually added in post-production for maximum control over the sound. So there's no inherent noise, but there can be a noise is the answer. And the other thing that was established, I'm so sorry, y'all. It's pretty small. My apologies. But the other thing that can be established or that likely will be addressed when we get back into court is that in the opening statements, the defense stated that ASAP got the prop gun that he has from the set of one of Rihanna's music videos. So if it had blanks in there, absolutely it could make a noise. From what we just read, it could make a noise even though it's a prop gun. We don't know. But I just wanted to be clear. It is the state's burden. I'm at my mom's house, y'all, so this is not my regular setup. It is the state's burden to prove the weapon was a semi-automatic and not a hand, a fist, or anything. Like it's the state's burden to prove it was a semi-automatic. But the defense, in order to create reasonable doubt, likely needs to explain away the sound that we clearly heard on that video that it sounds a lot like a gunshot. It sounded like not one, but two. This happened in LA. Yeah, this happened in LA. There are 3 videos. Previously, I played a clip. Let's see if I can get that video to come right back on up. They played it at the beginning of this, but let's see. Let's do it. See if I can play it for you guys again. Here it is. And I'll make it bigger for you guys. Oh, we got to sit through a stupid ad. I won't make y'all do that. I will not make you sit through the little goofy ad. Here, let's do. But I'll stomach the ad. Come on. Ugh. Okay. Hold on. Let's see. Oh. All right, let's see if we can get this video to show again. And when we look at the video now, I needed to correct myself. The smaller guy is ASAP. The bigger guy is supposed to be Arelli. I never knew it was all them damn people in this group. It's like the Wu-Tang Clan. Oh, no, they're not letting me. Let me see. I don't think they're letting me watch it anymore because I've watched it 11 times. I knew I should have stole it. Do not make me subscribe to this. All right, let's see. Da-da-da. Okay, the video's not playing at the moment. Here we go. Uh-oh. There we go. All right, so we'll do. Give me 1 second. I'm trying to add the video again so y'all can see it. Mm-hmm. Okay. All right, we've got ASAP shooting video. Court will be back in session momentarily. They were taking a 10-minute break, and that was about 8 minutes ago. Play the video. All right, so I'm gonna. Okay, here goes the tape, guys. The footage, rather. I'm gonna make it larger. And take off this. Hold on. So y'all can see it all. All right, here we go. Now, the guy in black is Relly. I think that's, I'm going to let you guys tell me in the comments who you think is who. But my understanding is, oh, no, that's ASAP. That is. Okay, I was correct. That is ASAP. And it's definitely a gun in his hand. That, a pow pow in his hand. See? Now, see? Pow pow. No question, it's a pow pow. Then that's ASAP. The two guys are fighting. ASAP's kind of trying to help, but apparently over there is around where ASAP shoots. The one guy gets on the ground, ends up getting hit, knocked down. ASAP runs off. We can't hear the noise there, but this third video, I believe, is the one where we hear the noise. There you go. Oh, that doesn't sound like a regular gunshot. Let's hear that. Let's hear that again. Hold on. That literally sounds more like a pop gun. Hold on. I'm gonna roll that back. Listen. That sounds like a pop to me. What do you guys think? What do you guys think? Yeah, that last, Cap guns sound real. Some BB guns do as well. Thank you, Sabra. Cap guns sound real and some BB guns do as well. Yeah, I've heard that as well. But that didn't sound like a gunshot. Once I listened to it again, that sounded like a pop. What do you guys think in the chat? Yeah, Leslie says, I think 24 years is excessive. Yeah, so he was offered a deal for 180 days where he would likely do 10% of that, which would be what, 20 days. So basically like a month. He declined. Sid just said, it's child, is that the best Rihanna could do? Yeah, Anika says she's heard that was just a pop. Let's play it again while we're waiting. We got nothing but time. We're going to hear it again. I hear a pop. Now, that wasn't a bang. That was a pop, in my view. And them running. This is so ghetto. Now, that sounded more like a bang. And that was 2. Ooh, what do you guys think? Why would Relly follow ASAP? That's a great. You guys with the great questions in the chat. Hold on a second. Let me go back, share this tab so we don't miss nothing. But wait. Somebody said, why would Relly follow ASAP and company 2.5 blocks? If you just shot me, I'm not following you nowhere. I know you, mofo. I'm not following you anywhere. If you shot me, I'm going to the hospital and I'm going to call the police. I'm actually going straight to the cops. If you shot me you shot me and I know who you are, right? It'd be different if someone shoots you and they're a stranger. I know who you are. If you shot me and I know who you are, I'm going to the hospital and I'm going to the cops. In fact, I'm going to go to the hospital first because at the hospital, I can tell them and then they'll bring a cop right on in there. There's cops in the building. But what I'm not about to do is chase you down the street. Because if I'm chasing you down the street, that says I'm not in fear. That's like when I have cases where a woman will say, oh, I've been abused by this man. And then they start stalking the man. I'm like, no. True DV victims do not stalk their abuser. So somebody here is lying. Here, that's just not. I don't know. What do you guys think? Karen said, what a moron. He didn't take that offer. Yeah. But why is he running if it's only a prop? Well, they're running from Relly because Relly is beating everyone up, apparently successfully because people are falling down on the ground. Why would Relly? Okay, where is that? Sounds like a gunshot. Yeah. At the end of that video, those last 2, they sounded like bangs. I would agree with that. Do guns go bang or pop? Sorry, I still couldn't hear it. Sorry. Okay, Saber says, I own a gas-assisted 9mm BB. I've seen cap guns up close. The sound was loud because of the echo, the spaces between the buildings. Ain't it ghetto looking like something off the wire? He had a motive. Yeah. Do you think the defense should have been allowed to continue explaining to the jury how a component of Relly's motive for being, for even bringing the matter is that he wanted to get paid in a civil lawsuit? The part of the problem under criminal law is criminal law will say, well, that's not relevant because the victim doesn't have to have a motive. Like the defense is allowed to present motives, but they may say that's not relevant because getting paid from it, you have a right to bring a civil lawsuit. In the same way that, I don't know if many people don't realize this, in the same way, you know how us lawyers always tell you don't talk to the police when they bring you in that interrogation room, just ask for us? It's because if you go in that room and you say, I want a lawyer, they cannot even play that tape in court. They can't play it in front of a jury. Why? Because you have a right to ask for a lawyer. And if they play the tape in front of the jury, there is a risk that jurors would misunderstand it and believe you're asking for your lawyer because you're guilty. Therefore, part of the reason we always say just get right in there and say, I want a lawyer, is because you ask for a lawyer, there's nothing to present to the jury. And a jury always wants to see and catch you in lies. So they want to see that interrogation video. I don't know if you guys knew that. So in the instance of the civil suit, the criminal court here is like, hey, whether or not he wants to bring a civil lawsuit is his business, because as a victim of a gunshot wound, that would be his right. So you don't get to put that in front of the jury and use that to try and imply he's a perjurer or he's lying. But I don't know. I think it could go to the motive to lie. Yeah, Krisha said, this reminds me of the Jonathan Majors case where the girl was chasing him, but said he was abusive. Mm-hmm. So would you be chasing somebody down the street who just shot you in the hand?
Opening statements, later on in closing arguments, that is not evidence. You will not make a decision on what they say. Your decision is based on the testimony that comes from witnesses on the witness stand and exhibits, and your common sense and the jury instructions. The jury instructions are the law. So whatever is said to you there in the opening statement, none of that is evidence. You cannot base a verdict on what you hear in opening statements or closing arguments. Everybody understand? Everybody okay? All right, we're going to start with the first witness now, but I understand that after direct examination is finished, we have to take a short break before cross-examination starts. So you get another short break. All right, first witness.
That line is across.
What?
If that line is across the street, my permission to remove him from the premises.
There's a fly.
There's a fly that's buzzing right.
Buzzing around you, or
Whoa.
try a show.
It's been all over here. I have a shot and I permit to.
What do you plan on taking the shot at the whip?
I'm gonna use it.
Oh, yeah, that's fine.
All right, thank you.
Let's get the first witness on.
My first witness is Sergeant Thomas. This is
No?
Raise your right hand, please. Thank you. Solemnly state that the testimony you may give in the constitution before this court should be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. Please take a 6 minute stand there. And please keep adjusting the microphone and state and spell your name.
First name is Thomas, Thomas. Last name is Zizzo, Zizzo.
Thank you, Honor. Can you start out by telling the jury who you work for?
Sure, I work for the City of Los Angeles Police Department.
And within the LAPD, what's your current rank?
I'm sorry.
Do you have a particular assignment within LAPD?
I do. I'm assigned to Southeast Area Patrol in the City of Los, part of the city of Los. I work patrol there.
And prior to your assignment patrol in Southeast, were you assigned to a different station?
Yes, I was assigned to Hollywood area also in patrol.
You keep using the word patrol. Can you explain to the jurors what it means to be assigned to patrol within an LAPD?
Sure. Well, patrol is the very basic function of law enforcement. If anybody were to call the police during an emergency, uniformed officers such as myself, as I'm in uniform now, would respond and meet with you and handle the emergency or respond to the emergency.
Drive around in a typical LAPD black and white patrol car?
Correct. Mark vehicle, yes.
Okay. Were you working on Saturday night, November 6th, 2021?
All right, it looks like it's like frozen. Here, let me just refresh it. Yeah. Refreshing it. Mm-mm. All right, it's like it's needing to refresh, I guess, on its their end of the stream. Let me figure out what's going on.
I'm going to start
There we go.
broadly with, do you recognize the general area that is depicted in that? Now, you said that you responded to Selma and Argyle, correct?
That's correct.
Do you see where that's depicted on Snap?
I do.
Can you point that out?
Sure. This intersection here.
There's a pointer there, so you can use that.
Mm-hmm. Okay, come on. We're gonna go. Hold on. All right. Hold on. All right. It is. Okay, let's see. Okay. Here we go. Okay, here we go. All right. Sorry, guys. I have to reshare it. I had to re-add it to share screen. Okay. Play. Come on.
Has that also been a part of the
Yes.
The uniform
There we go.
you're currently wearing, it appears you're equipped with something almost dead center in the middle of your chest. Can you describe what that object is for the jury?
It's a body worn camera.
And were you wearing a body that day?
There we go.
2021?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
How does that camera operate?
So it's always in standby mode. So it's not actively recording, but it's recording 2 minutes of film, no audio, just film. And at the time you activate this button here, so it'll capture those 2 minutes of audio, so it's video, even no audio, but the audio starts when you activate it. So you have a 2 minute, what we call buffer of video leading up to that activation where it's now both audio and video. So we activate that and we have public contact to capture the encounter, the incident, when we're responding to emergency calls, lights and sirens, we have it on before we even meet with anybody to document the response there. And then when the contact is over with and it's no longer needed, we just power it down by activating the same button.
Okay. Say you're working a typical shift, you record video on your camera, your shift is over, what do you do with the camera at the end of the day?
So at the end of the day, we have docking systems mounted in the hallway, and we mount these at the bottom. There's a connector where it charges the camera, and it also takes the video recorded from the camera and uploads it to our storage cloud, if you will, so it can be accessed later.
Are you able to access your videos later?
I am, yes.
Now, in anticipation of your testimony today, did you go back and rewatch your video from what would almost be almost 4 years ago?
Yes, I did.
That day, November 6, 2021, you said you were wearing a camera, but did you activate your camera in response to this specific call?
Yes, I did.
All right, I'm going to ask Mark. My next exhibit, which is a DVD, has one video file that can be marked as equals 3. And the video file that is on the DVD has an accompanying audio. It could be marked as equals 4. Is that the transcript? Oh, sorry. Equals 4. Is that transcript for everybody? I do. Alex, could you distribute
Each other.
to talk with each other? Yes, sure.
All right, guys. I know that you are concerned about the echo. That is not me. That is the show. Okay. Yeah, that is.
The bottom of the page?
No, actually, you know what? No.
Let me know if the echo is still there.
What's the line ahead?
Hold on. Is there an objection to that? Alex, could you distribute the transcripts to everybody? Does anybody at the table need a transcript?
Yeah, it doesn't seem like that man got shot in the hand. I'll say that. But he's claiming it grazed his hand, that it was a graze. I just don't. A graze, though, does not create $30 million worth of permanent hand injury. So there's some real issues with Relly's. There's some real issues with Relly's claims.
Missing one? All right, everybody has one, all 16 jurors? All right. Mr. Sloman, go ahead.
Thank you, Your Honor. Now, Sergeant, I have the video, the sole video that's on the DVD up on my computer, and I have it paused at 2 seconds on the video player. I know it's kind of a blurry and out of context image, but if you can, do you recognize this to be your body-worn video captured that night?
Yes.
Okay.
For the record, that's P3.
Remember, it's going to be all the state's witnesses, and then once they're all done, the defense
All right, I'm gonna
witnesses on
actually play
an
the video all the
additional.
way through, and then I'm gonna ask you some follow-up questions based on the video.
Okay.
So, starting it at 2 seconds.
God dang.
Yeah, there's only one call, too. White t-shirt, white shorts, number 2, black clothing, fired on the vehicle, on the victim's down, suspect was seen on Selma towards El Centro. 1445
Use rail code 6 as Selma and El Centro.
Could they please get to the point? Like, what's the point? What is the relevance?
What's the description?
Wearing a white shirt, red shirt. Number 2, wearing all black clothing.
White shirt, red pants?
Good question. It's unclear if any of this area caught fire after, but they got all the evidence before.
The multiple vehicle that was shot into in the parking lot near the stop sign. Possibly a vehicle person there, and I'll make a model. Project 212, 152, 153. Someone else enter.
Hey, some people are calling saying that there was a shooting over here in this corner. Did you hear any gunshots?
It was 2 shots. Okay. It was 2 shots. But it was down there. It was down there.
East Street Garage, I'm meeting with an MTA employee now at Selma Oregon northwest corner. He's advising you hear 2 shots in the area in the direction of Vista Del Mar and Selma. So, yeah. Okay, cool. Did you hear any arguing or tires screeching or peeling out, anything like that? Okay, just 2 pops?
Yeah, just 2 pops. You know, sitting like that, I was sitting there saying, I said, okay, that's nice. I said, oh, this sounds like a shot. A couple of guys, but, you know, it could have been that sound, but it didn't sound like that. But it did sound like that. It was like that.
Okay, cool. Well, thanks. He heard 2, possibly could have been gunshots in that direction, which is by Vista Del Mar. And didn't hear any arguing or fighting leading up to that. No screaming, no tires screeching, anything. And we were on Selma to Vista Del Mar. Vista Del Mar is that weird street that snakes around behind that club, maybe over there. Yeah. You 3 out of follow up at scene as well. Is the video fighting? This is the parking lot. This is the stop sign.
So I think the purpose of this is to show how the cops, well, the defense is going to use this to show how the cops searched the same exact area. the state may use this to show that the cops didn't know where to search, which is, I guess, Relly's reason for coming back the next day and finding the gun shells.
You ready, Sheila? I saw 4 dudes.
Cop asked, "Did you hear any gunshots?" He said, "I saw 4 dudes that came out and were fighting."
Okay, now that we watched the entire video all the way through, do you recognize, is that an accurate depiction of your activities that night?
Yes, it is.
This is to establish that people heard gunshots.
Near the beginning of the transcript on page 2. And if you need me to go back to the video to refresh me, just let me know.
Thank you.
But at the beginning of the transcript on page 2, around line 7, and then continuing to line 9, you say, I think you're talking to a fellow officer, "Nothing, huh?" Followed by, "Yeah, it was only one call too." What were you referencing in making those statements?
So I was asking another officer who, I don't remember it being so long ago, but if they had seen anything, they hadn't. And then the comment about one call, well, when there's a shooting, especially in a densely populated area, you get more than one person calling. And that's always an indication that you more than likely have a legitimate shooting, because when you get one call, and I dealt with this as recent as of yesterday, and I've been dealing with my whole career. We have people that suffer from mental illness that live in the city, and it's very real for them. And they'll call and say that they heard or saw something. A lot of times it's a shooting. So one call will come out because it's not actually a real shooting, but to them it is. So they call, and we keep track of those incidences, and we find out later on who keeps making those same calls. So when we have one call, especially in a densely populated area, it could be somebody suffering from a mental illness, or it could be a prank call, because we do deal with that, false reports of emergencies. When we have a legitimate shooting, and typically you'll have multiple radio calls, multiple people calling in, because you hear the shots, you see the shooting, there's witnesses, right? And then when you get there, you have people coming out, leaning out of the windows, pointing, that sort of things.
So when you say to the fellow officer, "Yeah, it was only one call," or words to that effect, are you essentially communicating right off the bat, "I'm not so sure if this is going to be a real shooting call"?
Right, that's correct.
Okay. Shortly after that, there's a paragraph between 10 and 14 that starts with, "All units, shooting just occurred." Can you describe for the jurors what that language is, or where that's coming from?
Sure, so this is actually the second radio call that came out. So the first call prompted our response there, and while we are there, this line here, 10 to 14, is an additional radio call. So now it's 2 radio calls. And so those comments there give a suspect description, a location of a shooting that occurred, clothing description of the suspects, a description of what happened. He fired into an unknown vehicle, unknown victims down, and then last direction of travel there, the last sentence, last seen on Selma towards El Centro.
Would it be fair to say that the first call that came in was not captured on your body-worn camera because of the buffering that you were talking about?
Correct. That call came out before I initiated my Code 3 response. You actually see me writing parking tickets. It came out while I was doing that prior to me activating.
When you say Code 3 response, what does that mean?
Right, sorry. So Code 3 is a designation that we use to denote that we're responding lights and sirens. We call that our Code 3 equipment. So.
Okay. Now, you said that second call comes out with information that there are potential suspects on Selma towards El Centro. And it gives a description of the clothing of the suspects, correct?
Correct.
If you need me to go back to the video, I will, but do you recall from watching the video where you were when you received that radio transmission?
I believe I was actually at the intersection of Sunset and El Centro. I'm sorry, Selma and El Centro.
So you're at the location where the call is saying the suspects are, correct?
Correct.
So what did you do?
Continued to look out the window and canvas and see if there were those, anybody matching that description of those suspects present.
Is it fair to say you did not see anyone that matched that description?
No, I did not.
Okay. I believe on the recording you say, I'm code 6 at Selma and El Centro. Can you just explain what code 6 means?
Sure. We use these codes for brevity and clarity. It just means this is where I am. So if I say I'm code 6 at Selma and El Centro, this just means I'm there present at Selma and El Centro. So they know where I am, right? There's officer safety reasons and then letting everybody know that I'm there.
Okay. So take me back to that night. You received first call, Selma and Argyle. Second call, Selma and El Centro. You happen to be there when you received the second call. You've not seen what is supposed to be described there. First, do you, based on your long work in patrol, do you have any reason why it's possible that that information would come out, but those people wouldn't actually be there at that time?
Maybe a delay in reporting.
Okay. Right. So it's possible they were there earlier, and as it gets filtered through the multiple people to get to you, it's just not there at that time?
Correct.
And then you, as you're at that intersection, Selma and El Centro, you're not seeing these people. What do you do after that?
Well, that was when I approached the MTA employee who was seated in his bus, the MTA lot.
And what's the point of approaching the MTA employee?
Well, when we get to something as a report of a shooting, we have to do everything we can to determine what happened, if anything, right? When we get there, we have to, we work with what we got, not with what we like, but we work with what we got. So if there's anybody in the area, I'd make it a point, obviously, to go talk to them. Hey, did you hear anything? Did you see anything? There's some people who are reluctant to call the police, but if they're approached when you get there, they may actually provide you some information to work with.
Okay. Is it fair to say at that point you were having trouble determining if a crime had even occurred?
That's correct.
After speaking with the MTA employee, he directed you generally to the area of Vista Del Mar and Selma, correct?
Correct.
And Vista Del Mar is that small street between El Centro and Argyle?
Correct, this one here.
Okay. But is it fair to say that even the MTA employee told you he wasn't sure if it was gunshots? He said possible.
Right, and we all heard that on the video. He said maybe it was, maybe it wasn't. Could have been something to that effect.
At around that point in the transcript, page 4, around line 14, you're told through the radio, quote, the PR from incident 4245 does not wish to meet. Can you explain what that means in layman's terms?
Sure, so prior to this, I had actually, and we saw that on the video, I had asked if the PR, which stands for person reported, that could be anybody who calls 911, that's how we refer to it, person reported. I asked if they would like to meet. I do this on almost every call because it makes sense to just meet with the person who saw what they saw and decided to call the police. So that's what I was doing there. And incident 4245 is just the last word of the incident number, which is unique to each call, so we can differentiate one call from the other.
Were you hoping to receive additional information from the recording person? Is that your purpose in trying to meet with them?
Correct, yes.
And when you're told that that person does not want to meet with you, how does that affect your investigation?
Well, it's tough. I mean, I know there's a big expectation on us when we arrive to just figure it out on our own, but the reality is we need the public's help. We need to meet with people who saw what happened and determined they needed to call the police. That there are witnesses, there are best means of investigation for sure.
It's just wild to me that Relly didn't call the cops himself. If you're going to call the cops, I would do it immediately after being shot.
When you approach the intersection of Vista Del Mar and Selma, so now we're about right where this icon is. Where did you go?
So we went to the, as was indicated in the comments of the call, the parking lot next to the stop sign is how it was described. And that was the information we had to work off of. And right here is a stop sign controlling traffic east and west on Selma. And there is a parking lot there, which we saw in the video. So
I'm going to stop you, sorry.
Sure.
Because when you say right here, you have to identify where you're
Okay.
pointing.
Sure.
So my recollection when you said right here, and correct me if I'm wrong, was sort of maybe just above where the icon is, the gun icon?
Correct, northwest corner of Vista Del Mar and Selma, that parking lot there.
Okay, and I'm actually gonna switch over to People's 2, this photograph. I'm gonna zoom in to the same icon is, just to orient us. Would that be that same corner that you're talking about? I know Vista Del Mar is not labeled, but is that Vista Del Mar?
Correct, it would be this parking lot
Okay,
on the northwest corner.
and if it's easier for you to describe where you went on the photograph, would you do that? If you want me to flip back to the map, People's 1, just let me know.
But this is fine.
So where did you go after you got to the intersection?
So when I got here to the northwest corner, I exited my vehicle and walked the actual parking lot on the northwest corner.
So are you saying you stopped your patrol car right at that corner?
No, I would say just north of mid-block.
Okay. Is there any point or reference you can point to on here where your car was stopped?
So on this map, I think a good approximate would be right above the end here on this Hollywood Levon on the map.
Okay. And so you drove your patrol car up this street and parked it there, correct?
Correct.
Where did you go after you got out of your car?
To the parking lot here in the northwest corner of Selma and Argyle.
On the video, we saw you and your partners interacting with someone holding a skateboard after you got out of your car. To your knowledge, did that person provide any details about the crime?
No, we didn't receive any information to work with from him.
Okay. On the video, we saw you walking through the parking lot. What was your point in walking through the parking lot?
Well, the comments of the call updated and again directed us to that lot next to the stop sign as it's described. At that point, we're looking for evidence of a shooting. In that specific scenario, vehicles with windshields and windows that are destroyed, flat tires on vehicles, damage to vehicles, impacts from firearms.
Did you see any of that?
We did not.
Okay. Did you find any victims in the parking lot?
No.
Would you describe the parking lot as nearly full of cars?
Yes.
Towards the end of your video clip, we heard you and your partner addressing someone who was off camera. Do you recall that?
Yes.
If you can describe that person at all, who was that?
Can't recall what he looked like, but I believe he was a resident or somebody that was occupying that apartment there above the parking lot. And I can't recall, but from watching the video, he said he saw 2 guys, and then the rest you can't hear on video. But I do remember independently that he also didn't provide it.
Agreed,
If
Anika.
he just didn't have anything to provide us, then we could work with in terms of investigation.
So you talked to the MTA employee, you talked to a skateboarder, you talked to a resident at a building there. Fair to say none of them provided you details about this car?
Correct.
At that point, did you know where, if at all, this shooting had occurred?
No.
This testimony is to help establish that when Relly came back the next day and found the casings, that those could have been legitimate casings since the police didn't even know where to start looking. That's the purpose of this testimony.
How would you categorize the search that you and your partners did of the street of Vista Del Mar, just north of Selma?
Categorize or
Yeah,
characterize?
how would you characterize it?
I would say typical of responding to a shooting call. We're looking for victims that are down. We're looking for witnesses who can direct us to suspects or victims who are down. We're looking for damage to vehicles or buildings, impacts, right, from gunfire. Those sorts of things.
Hit that like button, guys.
Would you say you and your partners searched every inch of that street?
We didn't search every inch of that street.
Okay.
Can't say that.
As you sit here, can you say to a certainty that there was not a fired cartridge case in that street on Vista Del Mar?
I can't say that. I may have missed something. It's possible.
Okay. The last exhibit I have for Your Honor, that's marked as People's 5.
Great point, Linda. Relly should have accompanied the cops to show the specific area where the shots were fired, as opposed to him going by himself. But remember, Relly lied, said he went with his girlfriend. Then the security footage showed he did go back, but not with the girlfriend. So there was no one but him there to substantiate what he allegedly found.
Is it reasonable, in your opinion, to believe that if there was a expended cartridge casing in that street, that you may have missed it?
Yes.
What is the People's 5?
People's 5 is another map, Your Honor. I'm sorry.
Is it a map or is it an aerial photograph?
It's a map. And it has
objection to that question.
We have the ground with the objection.
Sure.
Read the question back, please.
That's speculation.
Is it reasonable, in your opinion, to believe that if there was an expended cartridge casing in that street, that you may have missed it?
Stay. As phrased.
in your experience working patrol, is it reasonable that sometimes you will respond to a shooting and miss certain evidence such as fired cartridge casings?
That's correct.
And if you miss a fired cartridge case, how is it that you could say, yeah, on that instance, I missed that piece of evidence or something like that?
You mean, how would I find out later?
Yes.
A couple ways. I mean, somebody finds it the next day when the light's up and they see it, and they call the police and say, hey, this doesn't look right. That's one way.
Has that happened in your career?
I have heard of that happening. It hasn't happened to me.
Is it typical that after a case is investigated by a patrol officer, it's passed on to a detective?
Yes.
And have you heard of occasions where the detectives will go back and search an area and find something that patrol officers missed?
Oh, absolutely.
Okay. Now I'm going to People's 5, the map, and it's annotated with 4 different colored arrows. If I may, Your Honor.
Yes.
Sorry a minute. The area of People's 5 here, you've already described this to be the area that you responded to that night, correct?
Correct.
Would you agree that the arrows generally reflect the path that you took as you were driving around in your patrol car as we watched it on the body video?
Yes,
So as you started down here where the number 1 is, headed north on El Centro, made a left turn on Selma, then come south on Argyle, and made a right turn on Sunset?
right, westbound turn on the Sunset, yes.
Okay. And when you were on Sunset, did you make a U-turn and then head back up Argyle?
Correct,
Did you cross Selma and go into the bus depot on the corner of Argyle and Selma?
correct,
And then did you come out and go to Vista Del Mar and then go north on Vista Del Mar?
correct.
And would the yellow generally reflect it's very hard to see, but would that generally reflect where you walked through the parking lot?
Yes,
Okay. I don't have any further questions.
Let me see if the sidebar not on the record, please.
They're gonna have a sidebar. Dang it! I was hoping we'd get to hear it. Okay. Okay, so right now, the biggest things that we've learned right now is what they're going over. There's a police officer on the stand at the moment, and the purpose of this officer is to show that. So, what was interesting when they started off, he mentioned that there was only one call. There was only one call that he referenced where someone called in and said, hey, they heard gunshots. And he said, usually when that happens, it could be like a mentally ill person, or it'll be someone who thought they heard gunshots, but really didn't. But when they get a bunch of calls, then more than likely, that's when it's a true gunshot call. So he said he came to the scene, walked around and asked somebody, hey, did you hear gunshots? And the one guy was like, yeah. And he asked where, and the guy kind of directed him in an area. This is just to help establish that the police may have missed the gunshots when they were searching that.
That's part of the break. I think it should take us right to
Well, we have to break the law.
Yeah, I'm saying, I might be a few minutes short for it, but we'll give it a whirl here. Hey, Sergeant, how are you?
good, how are you doing?
Just a couple things. This whole line of questioning about, the possibility that you may have.
Cross-examination.
Remember that line of questioning the prosecutor said you about?
Yes, sir.
You're not trained to miss something, you're trained to find things, correct?
Correct.
Now, when you say you may have missed something, there were 7 of you guys responding officers at the scene, correct?
Did you say 7?
Yeah.
I don't think it was 7, but
Really? Okay, how many do you think there were?
I think 3 total.
Oh, no. Did you see the video?
I did, I only saw 2 others, including myself, that's 3.
How about Brian Davis? You know him?
Kijovic, yes.
Was he there?
I believe so, yes.
How about John Cook?
Yes.
Ralph Sweeney?
Don't recall.
Okay. Steve Lawson?
Also same.
Rocky Martinez?
Same.
How about Adrian Rodriguez?
Don't remember seeing him.
And Jose Anita?
Did Idiot? No.
You don't remember seeing him either?
No.
So, anyway, there is camp footage of other officers, not just yours, right?
Correct, yeah.
Anyway, long story short, you don't know if you missed something, right?
I don't think anybody would know if they missed something, right?
Right.
Yeah.
Right. What was the first time you discussed the possibility that maybe you missed something with the prosecutors? What was the first time you discussed that?
I mean, today we reviewed stuff, right?
I don't know. I wasn't there today.
Correct.
But it was the first time you discussed maybe I missed something.
Oh,
What is
wow.
it?
This was in 2021.
And what's it now?
This is 2025.
Okay. So, for the first time since 2021, today is the first time we discussed with the prosecutors, oh, I may have missed something.
Correct.
And the first time you met with them, anyone in this case was on Wednesday, right?
No, today is the first time I met with them. Spoke with them on the phone on Wednesday, I believe, about scheduling and about appearing
Okay.
to court.
So today's the first time you met them,
Met with them in person, yes.
and the first time you discussed testimony was today.
Yes.
You didn't discuss it all.
No, we discussed scheduling and what the case was about. That's it.
You take your duties seriously. By the way, let me stop for a second. You were asked what you were looking for hypothetically when you arrived at the scene of a cold or shooting. You recall that?
Yes.
And you said victims, yes?
Yes.
Damage to property, correct?
Correct.
What about shell casings? Would you look at that too?
Sure.
Because you mentioned that. That would be something, right?
Absolutely.
I bet he doesn't even know that Relly
You
found the
take
shell
your duties
casings
as law
allegedly
enforcement officers seriously.
later that night. I bet he doesn't even know that.
And because of that, you make your best effort to perform your duties to the best of your ability.
Right.
This was 4 years ago.
You, in fact, the best to perform your these functions carefully.
Yes.
And you're a sergeant, right?
Yes.
For a distinguished position. Yeah.
He's saying before today, he had no idea that there was an issue as to whether or not they missed the shell casings.
Because it's flashlights too,
That
right?
this is the first time he's ever even hearing about
You know what
that.
you're looking for, right?
Correct.
On November 6, 2021 at 10:27 p.m., you had received a report of a shots fired, right?
Correct.
And you responded to the area of Selma and Restella.
Correct.
And you were wearing your body cam camera and that was that, right?
Yes.
And you reported that.
Yes.
Yeah. And also, fellow officers reported video as well.
Correct.
And you in turn reported your fellow officers' activity.
Right.
You exited your car on 10:31.
Can't exactly recall, but if it shows that on the timestamp, that timestamp's accurate. There's no reason to believe it's not.
Correct. I am accurate.
Correct.
And your car was parked next to that parking lot on East Delmar.
Yes.
And after exiting your
Yeah, there's no
car,
chain of custody whatsoever.
you
When the
walked
witness,
southbound on East
when the
Delmar.
victim gives you the
Correct.
bullet fragments, there's
Towards the stop sign on the corner there, right?
no
Yes.
chain of custody. It's
And then you walked into that
And
parking lot
you-
with all those cars, right?
Yes, sir.
By the way, there was no damage to any of those cars there, right?
Not that we saw, no.
You were looking, right? You guys were looking.
Yes, sir.
And once you were in the parking lot, according to your body cam footage, you walked from one end of it to the other.
Correct.
As you did that, you had the flashlight on.
Sure.
And you saw the rear body cam footage, other officers had their flashlight on.
Correct.
Now, at one point, from your body cam footage, you were looking at the windshield of the vehicle with the flashlight, right?
The rear windshield on the red car?
Yeah.
Yes.
You were searching signs to shoot, right?
Correct.
You didn't find any broken glass?
No.
No damage scars?
No.
No bullet holes?
No.
You established no shell casings?
Correct.
No blood?
Correct.
In fact, you didn't find any signs of shooting, right?
Correct.
Now, you said, there have been times you responded to a reported shooting only to find a person who made the call intentionally lied, right?
Right. The false report of emergency or
Yeah.
somebody's up from one of those.
Yes.
Right.
So that would be intentional lie, right?
Yes.
And you agree that if someone initially reports a shooting that never really happened, you wouldn't expect to find evidence when you get there.
Right.
Now, your own body cam footage ended at 23:33, 22:33, meaning 10:33 and 16 seconds, right?
Okay.
But you still remain on the scene that was turned off, right?
Well, I can't remember, but if I'm turning it off, it's because I'm concluded what I need to do and then I'm leaving.
Well, and searching the parking lot, you searched the street as well.
Are you saying after I went into the parking lot, I exited?
Exactly.
Don't remember if I did. I'm going off my body more.
Okay, well, I'm gonna help refresh your recollection. Okay. Who was that officer with that name, Mr. Knopf's dad? Brian?
He
You did.
did it.
I'm gonna show you, the body cam footage that's been marked as defense exhibit. Hello, hey, for identification.
Is it already?
Yes. We don't, stop. We don't. The audio portion of the system, the video. Now, recommending you do 20, 30, 35, 50, 20 seconds into this video. Hold on a second. Is that it? Good then? Yeah. So that's 20 to 35, 50, right? Yes. Oh, and that's
10,
20.
25 years.
Thank you. 20 seconds video. You understand someone?
I do.
Okay. So you were on the street after park, right?
Yes.
And at that point, your body camera is off.
I can't remember camera on or additional video I should watch, but again, that's just what you're doing.
I understand. Well, the first time today, prosecutor, right?
Correct.
All right. Did you see any of your body cam footage today? We spoke about the first time, explaining what you're looking at.
My video? Yes.
Showing that part?
No, not this.
Right. I know your video for the wheels, right? But you don't see any of your body cam showing this, right?
No.
Okay. But that is you, right?
It is, yes.
And that video is truly accurately reflects your activities during the search of the scene on November 6th, 2021, correct?
Correct.
Where I hope those events are today.
You already have Mark.
Well, everybody now off.
It's evidence.
Yes.
There could be motions to admit evidence, any time, as long as there is a foundation and it's relevant and admissible. You have an objection now, that's to the foundation of relevance?
Now the street showing this, sure. Well, I think you have a screen there.
So this is, yeah. Sure.
It's time. Okay. Ding. We'll continue.
All right, we're gonna have to recess now, start now.
Sure.
Okay.
All right.
Okay, guys. Well, and that, ladies and gentlemen, they said they're going to start at 9:30 in the morning on Monday. Woo. Well, ladies and gentlemen, that was day one of the ASAP Rocky trial. So the main thing that we learned in the opening, and now we see, I also see, so one of the initial questions that we had was ASAP was facing 24 years, but the offer they gave him was 180 days. It was a 7-year suspended sentence with 3 years of probation. What that means is that if while on probation he messes up, he could have to go back to jail for 7 years, effectively, up to 7 years. And so many were saying, well, wait, if he's facing 24 years, why would they even offer him something as low as the 6 months? Well, that's what they do in instances where their evidence may seem a little shaky, but when you're bringing such a case against such a high profile person, you got to walk away with something. You can't leave with nothing. And in this case, a win for the state would be at least him going to jail for a little bit. Now, attorneys know that if you're going to LA County Jail because of the overcrowding and the other issues that they have, you generally do about 10% of your time. So if it's 180 days, you'll do about 20 days or a month. So that was one of the main things that we learned. The other thing is the basis for the initial argument that ASAP was in. So him and another member of his group, ASAP Relly, were in an argument because they had a third member who passed away. And Relly felt that ASAP has become so successful, made all this money, and that he doesn't look back out for them. The rest of the ASAP members, there's like 12 of them. They're like the Wu-Tang. Oh, hold on. Judge is back. Court's back. Hold on.
All of went back to all of the reports and make sure that he had everything he did. It turns out that in January 2024, there was a comparison done, and I want to be clear what we're talking about. There were 2 extended cases that were found at the crime scene by the Ballistics case.
What was the date, what was the date that the
This is the lawyers arguing.
The date of the incident.
They're saying there were 2 casings found 2 days after the incident. Or the,
All right, so the incident occurred on November 6th, so it would have been around November 8th?
Yeah.
All right.
so about 2 days later, the shell casings allegedly were found. 2 days.
There's work done on the casing, unbeknownst to co-counsel, myself, obviously, I was not on the case. They ended up doing a further examination of the case. That
Oh,
examination
hell no.
revealed that in fact, the 2 casings are consistent with having been fired for 9mm casings from certain 9mm handguns. There are some markings on the casings that are somewhat unique. And they can basically track them down to a much smaller subset of firearms that could have caused the marks on the casings. Included in that is Glock 43. So, okay.
Did the report say that the casings could only have been fired from a Glock 43, or could a Glock 43 be among the type of firearms that the extended casings could have come from?
Let me read the exact conclusion. Items 1A and 1B.
Those are the
Those
cases.
are the cases. Each exhibits characteristics typical of aftermarket slides for a series of subcompact pistol frames, including but not limited to polymer model PF9SS, Glock store model SS, polymer 80 model PF9SS, Glock store model SSA, and Glock model 43 and 43X. We have been given information that in fact, oftentimes, and frequently when you're looking at cases, you're not able to get a whole lot of information. But it turns out that the markings on these cases are a bit more unique, and they are not only consistent, but the examiner will testify that the markings he has seen very rarely, and that where he has seen them, where they've been reported, are with a Glock 43 pistol.
What's the name of the examiner who did this ballistic comparison?
The examiner's first name is FID.
This is new ballistic information that was just discovered, just presented today, that basically says a pow-pow they found with ASAP is consistent with the shell casings that were discovered by Relly.
We were looking at a different issue. The detectives yesterday afternoon sent an email to my co-counsel.
They found this out yesterday, allegedly, or today.
Take a look at that report, this report we're talking about, which is in the attachment.
Yesterday, they were told to look at the report.
From every side?
Yes. So when this was received, my co-counsel looks and says, I've never seen this report before. So he goes back in discovery, looks at emails, we don't have a report. So we instantly contact the defense, send them out the report.
Last night, they told the defense.
The report is inculpatory, not exculpatory. So obviously, not only do we have no motivation to have not turn over the report.
They're saying they didn't have an obligation to provide it earlier because it supports their side, not exonerates him on his side.
Turn it over, and they did. What time did the court?
Because the law is very clear. If it's something that's going to help exonerate the other side, you got to give it a long time ago. But if it's something that just strengthens the state's case, then it's blurry.
We were in court.
They want it admitted. The defense is like, hell no, it's too late.
And that's where we went back and looked to see, do we have this discovery?
So something after 4:30 p.m.?
The email is timestamped 3:18, but I got it when we, so it was essentially.
This email came through at 3:18 p.m. yesterday, where someone on the state's side said, hey, take a look at this report. No, hell no. You guys, that's your research and data. You should have done this research, collected this data a long time ago.
How do we already turn this over? So we not only emailed it, we called them.
These are court deadlines for a reason.
The response at the time that we gave them initially was, well, this is the same thing that you have accused us with respect to the witness and the court's finding that they violated the court's discovery order. And we responded, no, this is completely different. You had interviews starting last August.
I don't want to get into who said what. I just want to know the sequence of events.
So
This is
at
huge.
this point in time, we had a discussion. We sent an email at that point to counsel, and we included the court. There was an email sent late last night at some point by Mr. Tacopina. I did not see it until somewhere around 1, 2 in the morning. In that email, Mr. Tacopina cited the Hughes case. There were no facts in the Hughes case. I went,
It wouldn't be a mistrial, as you guys are asking. Instead, it would be a matter of excluding this from evidence, because remember, it's something that would help the state. It could be a mistrial if it's something that would help defense, but it will not. The jury cannot hear this. The jury has been taken out.
At roughly 3 or 4 in the morning, I sent it to counsel and I sent it to the court.
All right, just one last factor on it, which is, I knew from past experience with firearm analysis that there would be a lab file or bench notes associated with the analysis. So I tried to immediately contact the lab to expedite and see if they could send that to me immediately, but they were not open at the time that I called. So
they don't even have the lab analysis.
And they scanned it and sent it over, and I sent that to the defense as soon as I got it.
How many
Oh, they just got it.
So ballistics one page.
The court itself is one thing.
The problem is they
How many
can't combat it.
pages
You can't.
are there total of all the police reports?
You cannot cross-examine this witness and have your own prepared witness.
Regarding
This
the
is
total
huge.
number of
This happened in 2021. This happened 4 years ago.
no, the total number of pages involving this case, this investigation.
I would estimate 100 or over 100 pages. To be totally candid with the court, I haven't counted them, but that's just ballparking the various reports, and things that we received.
All right, I understand now the sequence of events, right? Who wants to speak to the defense?
I think, I'll start, maybe Mr. Siegel, like, leave something out, we tackled this together. We spent literally the night before, about 5 hours.
Speak slowly, we're going to get everything down, and I want everybody to know exactly what you have to say. Go ahead.
So, and I'll just stick with sort of the chronological order here. I'm not going to argue case law or anything like that, but aside from the fact that we lost 4 to 5 hours the night before going and dealing with this, we this morning, after we did an expert report last night that was in the possession of the lead case detective in this case, not some random police officer.
The lead case
Or the
detective
case
had this.
detective in this case.
Hell no.
I have to believe he understood the importance of that report.
Yes.
He testified at preliminary hearing.
So
And we get that report that says, in conclusion, that the subcompact pistol frames, including but not limited to, which means absolutely nothing. So it could be a universe that we don't even understand of other pistols, and then goes on to list 3
Yep.
here. This morning, we got another 28 pages of backup data on this. Backup lab, I guess, report that normally comes with the conclusion report.
So there's like it's like a 30-page report.
I find it hard to believe that the lead detective in this case didn't bring it to anyone's attention from the district attorney's office until after the jury was impaneled the night before opening statements. I mean, something that they now are saying is such a crucial piece of evidence.
The jury cannot hear this.
We have an issue now with the jury, obviously, the jury panel.
They're out. They're gone till Monday.
Quite frankly, whether we would have kept or not kept a few jurors, one in particular. And we assured him yesterday he had a fair
The
trial.
issue is the state is saying the report they just received
We've
says
had
that
issues
a number of
regarding
guns
the year,
can be the gun at issue, including that the shell casings match a gun that is in ASAP's possession. This is why this hearing is so important.
This should be suppressed without question, because it changes the complexity of the case. At the very least, we have to
It changes the
start
complexity
again,
of the trial. Yes.
or strike jurors, reselect. I mean, I think even the district attorney said, okay, well, continuance is appropriate. We pick the jury. We're ready to go. This is something that, you know, to lend a fair and effective representation here, as we all assured Mr. Mayor we had, in the midst of the trial that's already underway, we would need to locate and retain our own expert to conduct a scientific analysis. Their report was 28 pages. It took them, according to them, it took them 1 week to do this. 1 week. And that's their own lab.
It is their own lab.
On-staff experts.
That's the state's lab
And it took them a week.
in the state's lab
How
report.
long is it going to take us? We have to go find somebody first. Hope he's available. The trial will be over.
Because the problem is they don't even have time to get a new expert
Physical examination of the casings, scientific testing. I mean, if you look at their
to
report,
combat whatever this new evidence is
they cite,
coming.
like, some of the basis for their findings is the internet. They went on and cited all these websites and forums. I mean, there is so much work to be done here to even understand.
They would never let a defense team do this. There's no reason they should entertain it for the
So what are you
state.
seeking?
What am I seeking?
What are you asking for?
I'm asking, well, and our letters laid it out, I don't need to rehash it, but our letters laid out pretty clearly what we're asking for. There's no way to proceed in this case if this is admitted. We have to either strike this whole panel, we need a continuance, we have to start again. What I'm asking for is you to prove this. This is after the jury was panel. This is a major piece of evidence that will require us to do a lot of expert work that took them, their own department. That's the only thing I'm requesting. Short of that, Your Honor, I can't even hold it if this is coming in, because I have to be able to address it. I don't even understand it. And it's on the way report, 28 pages of backup data. So that's what I'm requesting. I'm requesting to be included. It's after the jury's panel here. You know, as Sealis pointed out, there's also a balancing argument under 352.
There's no way this should be allowed into evidence, but let's see. See what the judge
But,
decides.
you know, we have this whole, I don't know what to say here, Your Honor. I really don't. I want to make sure we get a fair trial. He's here, we're ready to go. We all assured him we'd get a fair trial, and this is, I've never seen anything like this. I'm not going to talk about the other witnesses, the late Brady disclosures, or the witness we got the name of for the first time last night. I'm not whining about that. I know that's what they want to keep doing. We both have had issues with that. That's fine. I will not make an issue of it anymore. You've already ruled on that. Period, end of story. This is now a new one. You know, I don't want to get into, I told you so. Many people said to me this morning, I told you so, that this was going to happen. And I'm trying to keep my composure. I don't know.
Yes, the judge should suppress this evidence. Absolutely.
Both as a prosecutor and a
No way it should come in the night before. It was in the possession of the state the entire time for the last 4
Hold on.
years.
Mr. Siegel, do you want to, the only thing I wanted to say, I don't want you to repeat what Mr. Tackett said. You want to add something new? No, yeah, you're welcome to it. I want to add something new. Go ahead, dovetail what he said with respect to the 352 arguments. And that is, the report says that the characteristics include, are not limited to certain firearms. That means the universe of firearms in this case, based on the face of that report, is extensively broad. So given that, Your Honor, I think even just the probative value of this is substantially outweighed by the danger of undue
Yes.
separate and apart from the late disclosure. So it should be excluded on 352. That's secondary to the fact that it's just incredibly late at this stage for all the reasons that being said. So it's adding an additional factor. All right, what I'm hearing from you then, it seems like you're talking out of both sides of your mouth. The defense is like, it's irrelevant. However, it's so prejudicial that it shouldn't be allowed. It's so inculpatory that it shouldn't be allowed.
No, I don't think anyone said it's so inculpatory.
No. Judge isn't getting it.
Inculpatory is not accurate. I didn't say it's inculpatory, he can say it. What he said was it's a balancing test, because it says including but not limited to. All that simply means is, not that it's not inculpatory.
I'm gonna break this down for you guys
Just don't
instead.
understand what this means. Not limited to means there's a universe of guns that have to be tested now. I don't know what not limited to means. So how many pistols does not limited to include? How many firearms does not limited to include? That's what it means.
Okay, who wants to speak to the people? Go ahead, Mr. Lynch.
I want to take these one step at a time. Council brought up a rate comparison to what is happening next law.
Alex, could you please go out and tell the jurors that we're dealing with some logistical.
Remember, I told you the jurors are not in here. The jurors can't hear any of this. Whenever they always remove the jury when there's arguments, because the whole argument is about whether or not something should be admissible. So you can't have a jury in a room or it defeats the purpose. They're going to know you guys are talking about this, and it will in turn be admitted because they will have heard about it.
It's very clear that this evidence only helps our case. So again, as the court pointed out, on the one hand, Mr. Tackett says, the client cannot get a fair trial. This is so apparently damaging. Yet on the other hand, it says, hey, it doesn't really matter.
If they let this in, this will get overturned on appeal.
It includes so many other guns that it should be kept out as being irrelevant. But what's very clear is, and I didn't appreciate the comment, when Mr. Tackett suggests that he can't believe that the DA's office did not know about this in advance, when I spoke to him on the phone last night, that is not what I heard. What I heard was, say, listen, this is a problem for us. We understand, I'm going to quote Mr. Siegel, there's no reason why you would have not turned this over if you had, which is correct, and the record is supported. Comparing this, counsel is now discussing and saying how they are being victimized by late discovery. The only late discovery in this case, and the court's aware, the court ordered that the discovery be turned over on 2 witnesses. It should have been turned over before the court ordered.
With that, I don't want to deal with something that we've already dealt with. I understand about the 2 defense witnesses. We've covered that. Just deal with the present issue.
So what counsel did is, he cited last night and sent to the court a case called Hughes, 2020 case, 50 cal at 257. He included no facts about that case. At 2 in the morning, I went and I read the case, and I then sent an email. That case, so the record is clear, involved a situation where there was a Watson murder, and where the defendant was being tried on a theory that his alcohol intoxication had caused the accident.
I'm going to break this down after.
By the MATE team, and they had determined that in fact it was speed and not alcohol. This was a very huge problem for the prosecution because that was the theory of the case. Apparently, the head of the MATE team started redoing a separate investigation, which the evidence suggests the prosecutor was well aware of. At the very least, and as the Court of Appeals said, the prosecutor was given information that in fact the MATE lead detective reality, it was caused by alcohol and not by speed. Instead of turning this over to the defense, the prosecutor literally had a witness on the stand in front of the jury. He then pauses, looks over at the defense and says, hey, by the way, here's the diagrams and here's the information that he's giving testimony to. The defense is obviously horrified because it's the entire case. The defense asked for mistrial, they asked for a continuance, they were both overruled. The Court of Appeals said, hey, listen, obviously the suppression of evidence, as the court is aware, under the statute, is the last option the court can utilize, only after every other option has been determined to be not harsh enough or not accurate enough in addressing and solving the situation. The Court of Appeals said, hey, listen, you got a chance to do less remedy, you didn't do it. The jury ended up convicted and the case was reversed. To compare that case to the facts of this case, it is distinguishable for the following. Number one, that evidence was not just inculpatory, it was the entire case. Number two, the prosecutor, for a tactical advantage, which the Court of Appeal basically said in a footnote, that although the original trial judge had found no prosecutorial misconduct, that in essence the record didn't support it, meaning that there wasn't misconduct that the prosecutor did. The prosecutor decided for a tactical advantage.
No, it's not. This is not implicating Rocky for a second case.
While the witness was on
The issue is the state wants to admit a new ballistics report they found last night that they've had for 4 years that says the casings are consistent with one of like 4 different kinds of guns, one of which is the type that Rocky has in his possession. So it helps their case. Defense's position is, whoa, it's too late. There's no time for us to rebut it. There's no time for us to get a defense witness. And more importantly, this report just says that it's one of many types of guns. So that's not going to help. It's not like it narrows it down to this one. It says one of many. And this is unfair.
Put the marks on the expended casings than many other firearms. So the idea that this would be excluded under 352 is patently absurd. The idea that Hughes is in any way authority for what they're asking is also absurd. We talked to the...
I can't believe the judge is even entertaining this as long as he has.
Is that
they have enough, so it's inculpatory, meaning
in this case, in opening,
supporting the state's side. Hey, there were deadlines to submit evidence for a reason. They don't have a legitimate reason why they didn't have this revealed to the other side within the last 4 years.
Not only that it was a starter pistol, but they are claiming that the 9mm magazine, which was found at the defendant's residence, actually belonged to the defendant's manager, and that he is going to testify. So let's look at how this plays out.
Oh, they're claiming the starter pistol is ASAP's manager.
In fact, this 9mm magazine belongs to the manager. That in fact, what was used at the scene was a starter pistol / prop gun. Then, although we don't believe that's credible evidence, that is where they're going. So here's what we're asking. One, there's no late discovery instruction because as the court is aware, and maybe counsel is not, to have a late discovery instruction, the court has to find that we had the information and didn't turn it over. There's no reason why we wouldn't turn it over, and as soon as we had it, we turned it over. And as the court's aware, I've been trying cases in front of his honor for going on 30 years.
So they're claiming
we found this evidence, we contacted the court, and we contacted counsel. Number two, the lab has told us that basically
It's your
What
lab.
they did
You
in
had
this
it.
case, to have someone else examine it is a very quick examination. And the amount of time that it should take for someone to examine it and end up being able to assess whether or not LAPD was accurate in what they found is ranging from a few hours to maybe a day.
Hell to the
This is
no.
what
I'm getting angry.
we propose at this
I am
point in
getting
time,
angry.
we will not mention this in open statement. We will see how the case develops. We will, if we believe that this is evidence that is going to be important, we will ask to admit that evidence later on in the trial. In the meantime, we will make arrangements for counsel, and they can hire any qualified firearms expert. I want to distinguish between Hughes and this case. Hughes was an extremely complicated accident reconstruction involving a vehicle where multiple individuals died.
Liars.
Very time-consuming.
You
It's an extremely
dirty
complex investigation.
liars.
This is very minor and simple ballistics interpretation. So we will make it available. We already have sent our investigators to recover the evidence. I don't know if they already have it. We believe they already have the evidence. They have it with them. We will get it to the defense.
Hell
and I
no.
just, this is related to the other issues. I just want to make sure that this is clear. Counsel seems to be
Correct.
under
They
the
aren't sure if it's even evidence.
that the court
It was
has
recommended that they
now
do more testing
changed
to
its
confirm.
ruling, and that we are not allowed in our opening statement to address the idea, which the court previously ruled we could, that we did not find out about this defense until the 20th. The court had said previously on the record, yes, Mr. Lewin, you guys can address that issue in opening. I will decide whether I'm going to issue a discovery instruction later. Counsel believes you've now said we can't do that.
I did say that.
Yes, they did.
Yeah.
I did. I had said yesterday that the purpose for an opening statement is to give the jury an idea of what the evidence, what you believe the evidence will show. Talking about late discovery, that's argument. So as far as your opening statement, I don't want you to mention anything about, you just found out about a starter pistol. That is not part of what the evidence will disclose. I talked about that yesterday.
So, yeah, but I'm correct. The court's original ruling was.
Yeah, that is right. I said, originally, I said, yes, you can bring it up.
Okay.
But then after thinking about it, that's not part of an opening statement. So I don't want you touching it.
Okay,
Go on with the.
Go, Judge, go.
about the,
Go, Judge, go.
So.
None of this is in
where
front of the
we're
jury,
sitting right
guys.
now is that
None of it.
counsel is arguing two inconsistent positions. They're arguing that this evidence is so damaging that we have to start over. Now, that's not in a vacuum. It's very clear that the defense is not happy with this jury. They made it clear.
Hold on.
If I-
No, don't interrupt.
Okay.
He didn't interrupt you.
So
Don't
January
interrupt him.
20th was the first time that they said
by the comments
that they
the
learned of,
defense made
that the state learned of the
where
prop
they
gun
repeatedly
defense,
said
January
that
20th,
their client is not getting a fair trial because of what they believe is the composition of the jury.
which
The
would have
fact
been
that
like
they have
Monday.
filed a writ, the fact that they have continued to bring this up leads to the inescapable conclusion that what they are looking for is a way to start over. I believe, Your Honor, that what we have proposed is more than fair, because in the end, Your Honor, they're arguing it both ways, as the court mentioned before I ever pointed out.
Yeah,
They're
be more-
arguing, if you let
Baltimore
this in,
cutie.
Judge, my client
I
can't
agree
get a
with
fair
you.
trial. Oh, by the way, what's the value of this anyway? What does it matter?
Yeah.
Again, my position would be, the second argument.
They're literally
is they
asking
have
to text
it is
ballistic
that's
evidence
helpful to our case.
in the middle of a
It
trial.
doesn't prove
Who
the
the
case by
does
itself,
that?
but
You don't
it's
do
definitely
that.
helpful, is not irrelevant, it's not really too.
All right, you don't have to go on.
Okay.
I believe I have enough information to make a decision.
Please.
Please, on
No,
Make-
no, you can't.
I can respond to what he just said about the jury.
It doesn't matter about what he said about the jury. That has no, stop. That has no bearing on any decision I'm gonna make.
There's a record though. There was a record. tried to put place on the.
I don't believe that you are unhappy with the jury.
I'm
Mr.
not-
Lewin might say you're unhappy with the jury, but I don't believe you are. If you were, you wouldn't have accepted the jury. I believe that both sides are satisfied with this jury and that both sides will get a fair trial. You don't need to respond to it because it doesn't matter whether he does or does not think you're happy with the jury. I believe that you are satisfied with the jury. All right, here's the way I want to deal with the latest, recently finding out about this ballistic report. Everybody at the table, all counsel to me, has great credibility. I accept what all of you say. I don't believe that there's been any nefarious conduct by anybody.
They never do.
If this late report involved, all of a sudden it was disclosed that a witness, an additional witness positively identified Mr. Mayers as the shooter, that would be very critical and crucial. If a witness came forward and said, yeah, Mr. Mayers confessed to me that he shot ASAP Rowe, that would be very critical and crucial. If a firearm, if a 9mm was recovered, that could be ballistically compared to the casings, and that just became discoverable or became disclosed, I think that would be critical. But that is not what happened here. What I'm seeing here is that the casings that were recovered were examined, and the opinion is they could have been fired from a Glock 43 or any other number of types of 9mm. You have said that, well, now you want to hire a ballistic expert. That's not fair to you and your client.
Exactly.
So this is what I am proposing. We have a list, a Superior Court list of firearm examiners that have been recognized as experts.
Fuck. Sorry. Hell no. No, this is not right.
Star Judicial Assistant over there, Alex, will print out that list. Ms. Kaplan is an attorney who practices in this area. If there is someone on the list that you want to hire, contact that person and tell them this is crucial that the ballistic evidence be examined now, not later, but now. The court will pay for it. Mr. Mayers will not have to pay for this. We will. If the firearms examiner wants extra money because it's a rush, the court will pay for it. If you are not satisfied with the people on the list, then if you want to find your own examiner who will do the examination, the court will pay for it. If it's necessary that I speak to the examiner to impress upon the examiner the importance of getting this done ASAP, I'm glad to do that. I am providing my cell phone number to all of you. If you need to call me any time of the day or night, I will speak to you. I will speak to a firearms examiner. If you feel it is necessary, Mr. Tapapina, we can be dark on Monday. But I'm not excluding the evidence. I don't find that there is any nefarious conduct.
They never do. Judges never
is relevant. It's
feel like
not
the state does
smoking
anything
gun,
wrong.
But it is somewhat inculpatory. But in and of itself does not mean that your client is guilty. That's the way we're going to deal with this, and that's the final ruling. I don't want to hear anything more about it. That's the end of the issue.
Go to hell,
for now.
Judge.
Are both sides ready for the jury to come in? Do not mention anything about the ballistic comparison in the opening statement.
How do you even continue with this over?
Do not mention that.
I'm mad.
Your Honor, what I was planning on mentioning was that the cartridges found at the scene were 9mm. In the defendant's house was a magazine that was 9mm.
All right.
And had some 9mm live ammunition in it. That was it.
If that has been part of the discovery and that was known, then that's fair game.
Yes.
But this ballistic comparison, that's off limits for the opening statement.
Yes.
Understood. All right, bring the jury.
Make it sure you're not putting the list for the.
Oh, yeah, do you want that to this camera, to let the list of the firearms camera?
I wish they would take a break so I can break this down for y'all real quick. Here's what happened. So he basically said, I'll make it fair by letting both of you guys use an expert. Because one of the main grounds where, the defense was winning on their position was the fact that, hey, it's not fair that you let this last minute information in. We don't have time to get a good expert. We don't have time to combat it with an expert opinion. So the judge says, well, the court will pay for you to get whatever expert. No, this could change the entire approach. Because basically what they're trying to establish is that the bullet casings that were found by Relly, by the victim in this case, that those are consistent with one of the weapons that was at ASAP's house, that was discovered at ASAP's house. But here's the thing, this study, this test, all of that was done at the state's lab within the last 4 years, which means the state and the state exclusively had access to that. It's not our fault. It's not the defendant's fault that they failed to find it or locate it or whatever. It was in their custody, care, and control. It would be no difference than if the defendant all this time had something that exonerated him, but that was in the law firm's law office, but they were like, oh, well, we didn't know. Somebody put it on top of the fridge and nobody ever checked on top of the fridge. You think a judge would be like, well, since you just found it on top of the fridge, it could be a no. Hell to the no. They absolutely would not. This is a prime example of why I love to see judges. When you get to elect your judge, I like to see judges who have both worked on the defense side and the prosecutor. I guarantee you, this judge is probably a former prosecutor. The way he said, oh, I don't think there's any nefarious intent. I've never, ever seen a judge in the middle of trial say, oh, I think that the prosecutor was wrong, or that they had nefarious intent. Nefarious meaning they were intentionally doing something wrong. So effectively, the problem created now is that this weekend, instead of preparing, let's see. Oh, no, it's just this picture. Okay. The problem is this weekend, instead of preparing the witnesses or whatever they originally were going to do, ASAP Rocky's team was going to be planning to do this weekend, they now have to hustle around the entire United States of America to find a ballistics expert who within 24 hours is going to examine whatever the hell evidence this was to determine whether or not these casings could be consistent with one of the weapons that was taken from ASAP's house, because that's the allegation. But the other part of this is the state was told, hey, you should probably get some additional testing done on this. That testing will only take about 3 hours. Who the hell has the time for that? See, the state has an unlimited level of resources, right? Because they can call in any prosecutor on any floor. LA County probably has 300 prosecutors. I don't know, 200, 300. They may have a certain number assigned to this case, but they could easily go pull somebody and say, all right, I need you to do this. This law firm, which is probably charging this man around about $1,000 an hour, doesn't necessarily have the same unlimited amount of resources. Put your questions in the chat. I want to make sure that I answer them, because this is really pissing me off.
Opening statements.
Part of the,
if you're inclined to be a note taker,
and also this comes from the fact that the state is mad. They just found out about the prop gun defense. So mysteriously, they just discovered an analysis that would help support their counter to that defense. This is not unusual.
Well, we'll all know that at the end of the
This
case.
is not coincidental.
Once the opening statements are over and we begin with the testimony, if you are a note taker, that would be the time to start taking notes. Mr. Prislovic, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Your Honor.
I'm pissed.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I wanted to start off by, on behalf of myself, Mr. Lewin, I'm sure.
Just to let you know, defense went first, prosecutors going second. They're allowed to do that.
For the time, attention, and candor.
The defense gets to choose who goes first. I'll shut up now.
We all understand that was a long process, and we appreciate your attention. After going through that long process, I'm sure some of you are thinking, wow, this must be a difficult case, or this must be a really complicated case. And to be fair to you, if I was sitting in your position and I looked out on the number of jurors that we started with, or even the number of attorneys that are up here, I probably have the same thought myself. But what the evidence will show in this case, and what will become almost instantly clear, is that this is not a complicated case. The evidence will show that the events in this case were captured on surveillance video. I'm going to start this whole presentation out by playing the video for you. So you will have that frame of reference as we're talking about different features, the people that were involved, the locations that are involved, and what happened. You will already have seen the video. The first video that I'm going to show you was captured on November 6th of 2021 at around 10:10 p.m. just outside of a parking garage entrance, mid-block, so on Argyle, in the middle of Argyle, between Hollywood Boulevard and Selma. The second video that I'm going to show you was captured 7 minutes later, so at 10:17. It was, if we're being generous, 2 blocks, maybe 1 city block away from the first location, down Argyle, around Selma, at a small intersection called Selma and Vista Del Mar. So I'm going to play the first video for you, that outside of the parking lot. Now I'm going to move to the second location, that at Vista Del Mar and Selma, and I'm going to pre-warn you, it's a little small, it's at a distance, so you're going to want to focus your attention at the top left-hand corner. All right, now let's go over the details. As I said, the people that are involved, the location, and I'll give you an explanation of what you've seen on these 2 videos. This case takes place in the heart of Hollywood. This is the iconic Hollywood and Vine. The picture you see here is just a demonstrative picture of that intersection, but it's an iconic intersection in Hollywood. That intersection is about 1 block 1 block west and 1 block north of the crime scene. So for those of you who are familiar with Hollywood and that intersection, it's a pretty big landmark, and that's where I want to focus your attention. Now, the actual shooting in this case takes place on a much smaller street, Selma and Vista Del Mar. But this is the area around where that shooting took place. It is a very densely populated part of Hollywood, and there are some landmarks on there that you might be familiar with, just so that you can familiarize yourself with the location that we're talking about. The Capitol Records building at the top, the W Hotel, and Hollywood Boulevard. The shooting, as you've seen, occurred just outside of a parking lot on that corner of Vista, Del Mar, and Selma. That was a parking lot at the time that was full of cars. And it was ringed by a nightclub on the corner, a sound studio, a hotel, and 3 different apartment buildings right around. As I said, densely populated. This was also Saturday night. Saturday, November 6, 2021, at about 10 p.m. in Hollywood. This is a time that Hollywood is busy. Now that you understand kind of the locations that are involved, I want to start with how this case starts for LAPD.
Hi, I live in the apartment on the corner of Argyle and Selma in Hollywood, and there's this recent shooting.
So at 10:18 p.m., LAPD receives this call, that there's been a shooting at the intersection of Argyle and Selma. The call continues though.
Did you see anything or you just heard it?
Yes. No, we watched it.
Okay, what did you see?
There were 4 men, and they were kind of fighting as they were walking along Argyle, and then they turned left onto Selma. We heard yelling, and they started running, and they turned left into the back lot apartments for El Centro Apartments.
Now, the 4 men that you see on that screen will be the 4 men that we'll talk about in a minute. They were the 4 that were at that location.
And someone pulled out, the guy in the black sweatshirt pulled out a gun.
Okay.
And he shot, and I think the guy who shot was loose.
Now, the evidence in this case will be that the man in the black sweatshirt was the defendant, Rakeem Myers. That evidence will be uncontradicted. As you have heard throughout jury selection, Mr. Myers is an entertainer, and he goes by the stage name A$AP Rocky. You will hear other nicknames that he is referred to in the evidence in this case, including Flacco and Luigi. At the time of this crime, Mr. Myers was 33 years old. He has his own company that I believe is referred to as AWGE, A-W-G-E, that you will hear referred to in the testimony in this case. And as we talked about, the significant other is Rihanna. The victim in this case is a man by the name of Terrell Efron. And Mr. Efron, you will hear, was also a member of the A$AP collective, and he went by the nickname A$AP Rebel. Mr. Efron was also 33 years old at the time of this crime. And what you will hear from Mr. Efron is that he was friends with Mr. Myers well before this case and well before even Mr. Myers was a famous individual. That essentially, I believe they met in high school and grew up together. He has known Mr. Myers 18 or 19 years at the time of this shooting happened. And you will also hear that he, too, at the time, was working in the music industry, and he had his own company called Shut Eye Entertainment. Now, I mentioned it already, but to put a finer point on it, the group that both of these men were members of is called A$AP. It doesn't stand for what you probably thought it did when you walked into court. It's an acronym for Always Strive and Prosper. It was formed by high school age kids in Harlem, New York around 2006. They call themselves a collective. You will hear are rappers, producers, music video directors, designers, people that have different artistic pursuits that essentially work together. And there are many members of A$AP. The ones that you will primarily hear in this case are obviously Mr. Myers, the victim, but also the 2 friends that were with Mr. Myers at the time this happened. And they go by A$AP Hills and A$AP 12E. And I will just pre-warn you that 12E is spelled a bunch of different ways. It's not always consistent. And there will be one last member that you'll hear about briefly, who goes by the stage name A$AP Barry. Sometimes people refer to him as Young Lord.
Yeah, I was wondering about Ferg. I know Ferg because he got that song with Ellen Varner.
The 4 main members of this group that you will hear about are these 4 men. The victim is on the far right, Mr.
The victim looked like the brokest one.
The defendant is the next person to his left. As I said, A$AP 12E. His given name is Jamel Phillips, and the last is Elijah Ulaner, who goes by A$AP Phillips. And these were the 4 men who were present at the time of both of these incidents. Now, I want to take you to that weekend, Saturday night in Hollywood.
Chic, I'm not
actually
nice.
At the time, a
What?
music festival or concert series going on.
I'm nice, but I say what everybody else is thinking, and you were thinking it too.
That Mr. Myers was to be a performer at that event the day after the shooting, the Sunday, November 7th. Now, although I told you that Mr. Mayers and Mr. Efron were close at one point, you will hear that throughout their relationship, there was tension between the two of them. And that tension was essentially building up to the night of November 6th, 2021.
The tension was building up because he was broke
You will
and the
not
rest of
hear
them
all
were
the
not.
reasons why there was tension between the two of them, but we will get to the point a day before the shooting, November 5th, 2021, when that tension kind of comes to a head. But what happens on that day, Mr. Efron will tell you, is that he is in a car with that last member of the ASAP group that I talked about, ASAP Bari. The two of them are driving when ASAP Bari
Wonderful.
receives a phone call from Mr. Mayers. And ASAP Bari takes that call on speakerphone. So Mr. Efron, who's in the car, can hear both sides of the conversation. You can hear Mr. Mayers, and you can also hear ASAP Bari. And in the course of that call, Mr. Efron, the victim, heard the defendant saying these rude and aggressive things about him.
Sheik, you right, I'm
Mr.
wrong.
Mayers at
You
the
right.
time does not know that Mr. Efron is in the car with the victim.
He is a little
This
broken.
leads to the next day, November 6, 2021. You'll hear that Mr. Efron was in Los Angeles working with one of the artists that he managed. He was asleep around 9:00 p.m. when he started receiving a series of urgent messages from not only from Mr. Mayers, but from the two other men that were with him, ASAP Ills and ASAP 12. And you'll hear that he received a number of calls kind of back to back to back from the three of them. Now, he didn't answer those calls because he was sleeping, but when he ultimately woke up, he saw that he had a number of missed calls. He also received text messages from Mr. Mayers that were aggressive, seeking a confrontation with him, asking him where he was. Mr. Mayers is on the left side of this conversation. Where are you at? Let's get to it. Stop ducking my calls. The messages that the victim is receiving are instantly aggressive towards him. So you will hear from Mr. Efron that he called the defendant. He was groggy because he had just woken up. They had a conversation and they agreed to meet outside of the W Hotel in Hollywood. Mr. Efron will tell you that as he went to that meeting, he was of the frame of mind.
Don't put this man's
that he and Mr.
email on
Mayers
national
were going
TV.
to have a confrontation.
Get his email off.
That he believed they would argue, and that ultimately this would lead to kind of repairing their relationship. So they would each be able to speak their piece and essentially fight like brothers do, and that it would ultimately bring them closer together. They would repair sort of the issues that they each had with each other. So that's how Mr. Efron is going into this meeting. Now, let's talk about the location where they meet, this location just outside of the W Hotel. You're going to see this map throughout this case. So I want to take some time to walk through it with you so you understand the various features that are depicted here. On the left side of the screen is Argyle Avenue. On the bottom of the screen is Selma Avenue, and on the right side of the screen is El Centro Avenue. Now you can't see it in this map, but if the map were to continue off the top of the screen, Hollywood Boulevard would be just above that. In the middle of this map, there's a small street called Vista Del Mar that kind of goes north and then forces you to go east. The red arrows that you see here are the path of travel that Mr. Mayers took that evening. So it starts at that mid-block location on Argyle, continues down to Selma, and then up Vista Del Mar, around that corner, all the way to El Centro, and then he made a left turn on El Centro and went above, off the map. The numbers in the red boxes that you see here, 1, 2, 3, and 4, are the 4 different locations where the police were ultimately able to recover surveillance video from. There are 4 different locations. Attached to each one of those locations, you'll see the green triangle and with a green arrow in the middle. And what that represents is very roughly, this is not meant to be, exact, but very roughly the direction that a camera attached to that building was facing. You will also hear that locations 1, 2, and 4 captured video only. But you will hear that the location with the number 3 captured both video and audio. So I told you there's 2 incident locations, 2 altercations that happened. The first happens where the yellow box is right now, right outside of that parking garage. The second happens at that corner of Selma and Vista Del Mar. And that's where the firearm was actually discharged, where the gunshots were fired. So the first location I want to focus on is that where the initial confrontation happens. This location is the entrance and exit of a parking structure. This is that parking structure entrance. If you were standing in Argyle and you were facing towards Selma, so Hollywood Boulevard would be to your back. And the entrance is on the left-hand side there. And what you will see in the videos, this parking lot entrance has those hanging indicators from the roof that tell you how tall the garage is, so that if you are driving a tall car, you don't, of course there's a fly buzzing around me, you don't run your car into the roof of the parking structure. And I point that out because when you watch the video, you'll actually see that red indicator as a kind of a line through the video, so you know what that is. At the mouth of that parking entrance, there are cameras that are facing the sidewalk. Those are the first view that we saw. And these cameras capture the initial encounter between the victim, Mr. Efron, who you see there, and the defendant, Mr. Mayers. And you can see that Ills is the first one to intervene to try to separate the two of them. And then at the very bottom of the screen, you see 12E putting his hand to try to also intervene and help separate them. Now I know it goes by quickly, and you're not as familiar with all these people, so I want to kind of break it down a little bit for you and show you with the evidence that you're going to receive throughout this case. The first person that you see in that video is the victim, Mr. Efron. The second person who you see, who is instantly confrontational with Mr. Efron, is the defendant, Mr. Mayers. You see on the video that Mr. Mayers is immediately aggressive towards Mr. Efron. He's pulling at Mr. Efron's sweatshirt and he's pushing Mr. Efron backward and pushes him off camera, out of camera view. The third person that you see, as I told you, is Elijah Ulanger, who also goes by ASAP Ills, or he might be referred to as Ills throughout this. If you look closely, you can actually see his stage name embroidered on the jacket that he's wearing there. And what he attempts to do is to de-escalate the situation, to get between the two men and to physically separate them. And you'll see that all three of them go off screen for a period of time. Mr. Efron will tell you that during the period of time that they are off screen is when the defendant first produces that semi-automatic pistol from his waistband. He pulls it out of his waistband, and he's holding it to Mr. Efron. Mr. Efron will tell you that the defendant pointed the gun at his chest and was essentially trying to point the gun around Ills, who was between them. That at the time that he was pointing the gun at Mr. Efron, he was also threatening Mr. Efron. I'm going to kill you. Keep in mind, these men have known each other for a long time. And Mr. Efron will tell you, in his state of mind, he never believed that he was going to be shot. He never believed that the defendant would actually shoot him. He will tell you that had this been a stranger, someone he didn't know as well, he would have been petrified. As you can imagine, anyone pointing a gun at you would upset you. But he knows the defendant. He knows that Mr. Mayers is not going to shoot him. He knows so much so that he'll tell you he looked at the defendant and said, if you brought a gun, you should shoot it. That's how confident he is that he knows the defendant is not going to pull that trigger. Now, the fourth person you can barely see on this video as they come back into frame, I told you, is Jamel Phillips, who goes by 12E or ASAP 12. And you can just see his hand at the very bottom of the screen. When they come back on screen, and specifically when Mr. Mayers comes back on screen, you can see the gun in his hand. You will hear that that gun that he's holding is a semi-automatic pistol, or has features that are consistent with a semi-automatic pistol. Right now, as he's paused on the screen, you can see that he's holding that gun behind his back. But you will also see the gun come forward in front of his body before he ultimately tucks it back into his waistband. And you will see from the video that there were bystanders. As I said, this is a busy Saturday night in Hollywood, walking by as this confrontation is taking place. You will hear that right after that encounter that you saw, that Mr. Mayers walked away and was walking down Argyle towards Selma. Mr. Efron will tell you that as he walked away, he looked over at 12E, Mr. Phillips, and he saw 12E putting a pocket knife away. And Mr. Efron, and then 12E, Mr. Phillips, walked behind the defendant, Mr. Mayers, and Ills walked behind him as well. So the three men that had come to confront Mr. Efron walked away down Argyle towards Selma. And Mr. Efron will tell you that at that moment, his mindset about the initial conversation changed. I told you that Mr. Efron will tell you when he first went there, he believed that this was meant to be a confrontation so that they could strengthen their relationship. But having just had a gun pointed at him and seeing another friend putting away a pocket knife, that his mindset changed, and he understood that these men never came here to try to make peace with him. That it was always meant to be a confrontation. And he decided at that moment that having a gun pointed at him was sort of a bridge too far in their friendship. And he understood he was probably never going to have the same friendship, especially with the defendant, ever again. And you will hear that as the defendant walked away, Mr. Efron followed behind him and was yelling and screaming at him, even though he knew the defendant had a gun. Because although Mr. Efron believed this is going to damage our relationship, he still never believed that the defendant would actually shoot at him. It's not as if Mr. Efron will tell you that he had some death wish or that he was not scared of guns. He will not come in and say that. What he will tell you, again, is that had anyone else done this, he would have been frightened. But he had known the defendant for so long, and they were close.
Yeah.
So he walks
This is fine.
down Argyle towards Selma and follows
I'll tell you why
behind
after.
the three other men. When they get to Selma, they all turn left, and they walk towards Vista Del Mar. And they end up at that location we talked about, that corner of Selma and Vista Del Mar. And as Mr. Mayers stepped off the curb, he walked into frame of the camera at location number 2 that's pointing towards Selma. Now I want to take you, before I play the video again, I want to take you to that corner so that you can see from that night what it looked like. It's a small street with a parking lot immediately adjacent to it that were full of parked cars. And at 10:17 p.m., when they arrived at that intersection, and the defendant stepped off the street corner into view of camera number 2, you will see video from that location. The video that I've played for you already, and that I'm going to play for you again, is from that location number 2. You will also see, that's the main video that you're watching, but you'll see in the bottom right-hand corner, there's a smaller video on top of it. It kind of has a bluish tint to it. And that video is from another location behind building number 2 where the number 3 is. And the video that you're seeing from that location is identified there by the green arrow. But what's important about that video, because the video does not capture the shooting at location number 3. What location number 3 captures is audio. And it captures the sound of the gun being fired twice. This is the location number 2 where the camera, the video that actually captured that shooting was. You can see the camera at the very top corner of the building, and it's about 3 properties away from the location that we're seeing. So again, the video is captured at a distance. It's a admittedly grainy video. It's not the most clear that you could possibly have. But it captures enough features that you can identify who is who when you watch this video. So I told you the main video that you're watching is from location number 2, and that smaller location number 3 is in the corner. Before I play the video, I want to orient you to what you're seeing. Along the top is Vista Del Mar. The parking lot is just out of view of the camera at the top of the screen. Along the top left-hand corner is Selma, forms that intersection. The red arrow is the defendant, Mr. Mayers. And the green arrow is the victim, Mr. Efron. Okay.
Someone asked if I thought he should have hired an LA lawyer versus the New York lawyer he hired. It doesn't matter because the New York lawyer
various cameras on
has to work with an
location
LA
number 2,
lawyer.
switching between 3 different cameras that are mounted to that building.
You have to co-counsel. You have to co-counsel with someone in
What's
license.
important about that, towards the end of the video, you'll see as Mr. Mayers is running away from the location, running down Vista Del Mar towards El Centro, he trips a floodlight that's motion activated.
Okay.
And when you watch the video closely, that floodlight is captured by both locations. So location number 2 and location number 3, those cameras each capture that floodlight turning on. And when we watch the videos together, you can see that moment in time when the lights flash on, line up. And that's how you know the sound correlates with the video that you're seeing playing at the same time from a different location. Now, I told you, we all know the video from location number 2 is from a distance. If you zoom in on the area where this incident happened, and we will play a zoomed in version of this video, what you see is a very pixelated image. But what even that captures still are the colors the individuals are wearing, which is how you can distinguish who is who on the video.
Oh, Lord.
You see Mr. Efron on the far left. Ills is just next to him. 12, who's wearing the red jacket, is just next to Ills. And then the defendant, who's wearing all black, is at the bottom of the screen.
Oh, I see. Okay,
Again,
okay.
I understand if you watch this video one time, you may not pick up these features, but as you watch it,
Yeah, this is live in California.
And you'll also be able to tell when you watch these videos in sequence, because they walk in front of other cameras that are far more clear, that you can easily identify who is who on these videos. So this is the zoomed in version of that incident. This does not have any audio. Now, as we play the zoomed in version, you'll also see that Mr. Efron is struggling with ills. And what Mr. Efron will tell you is that immediately as the defendant turned and pointed the gun at him, he jumped behind Ills, essentially to put Ills between him and the defendant. And you'll see on the video the defendant lunging one way and then the other way around Ills, trying to get at the victim, who is holding Ills in front of him. Now, despite how dangerous this is, having a semi-automatic pistol pointed at you and discharged twice, you will hear that Mr. Efron was not seriously injured by this shooting. He has these injuries to the middle knuckle of one of his hands. Mr. Efron will tell you that at the time the shooting was happening, he immediately felt a burning sensation to his hand, which led him to believe that these were graze wounds from one of the bullets that was shot at him. Perhaps they were. Perhaps they were not. Whether or not the victim in this case was actually shot or injured by this will not be something
is irrelevant.
You have to decide at the end of the case.
Yeah, it's irrelevant. Because that's not what he's charged with. He's just charged with the possession of the semi-automatic, not shooting him.
Until the end of the case, when the judge instructs you on the law, what elements are actually required to be proven before you make any decision, and to listen to the charges specifically, and not consider charges that the defendant is not charged with. In this case, he's not charged with attempted murder, for instance.
To clarify,
now, before I move on, I want to
assault
focus in on
with the semi-automatic,
location
so
that I
shooting at
talked
him
about much, location number 4.
was sufficient.
That location is a loading dock for this building on El Centro. It's right at the corner of El Centro and Vista Del Mar. And what you'll see in the video from that location is the defendant, Mr. Mayers, and his companion, 12E, walking from Vista Del Mar up El Centro towards Hollywood Boulevard. The arrows indicate their path of travel. They're going to come from that corner and then walk up El Centro. The camera itself is in that red circle. You'll see this video is far more clear. And you'll see features of their clothing that you can match up to the clothing from the other videos that we've already watched. For instance, I mean, you can see just from Mr. Mayor's facial features that he's the one wearing all black. You can see from his facial features compared to the video from the parking structure. And then, as I said, the various features of his clothing, the rhinestones on the hood of his sweatshirt in both videos, and the rhinestone design on the chest of his sweatshirt at both videos. And taking all the videos in their totality and comparing them is how you'll be able to decide on the video who is who. Now, I played the 911 call for you that LAPD received at 10:18, which triggered their response. And you'll see and hear that at 10:27, LAPD officers responded to the 911 call. And as is their duty, they responded quickly to this call to try to, of shots fired in the middle of Hollywood.
I feel like somebody needs to beat this boy's tail. Like for real.
That location, and the officer will tell you.
Leslie, where is Cochran? Like Johnny Cochran?
He's
deceased.
To their chest, and you will actually get to watch camera that captures the police response. After this shooting,
I mean, I know you know that, Leslie. I'm just joking.
All four of these men, the defendant, 12 Ills, and the victim all left the scene. You'll hear that there were at least 2 people who called 911 to report this crime, who were just people living in the surrounding area, not actually involved in the altercation itself. You'll hear that the 911 callers were reporting different information. So the first call would be that the gunshots were fired at Argyle and Selma. The second call would be that the gunshots were fired in the area closer to Vista Del Mar and El Centro. You will hear from the officer that as they responded, they come to the scene looking for a victim. That's their primary focus.
Dang, Kenny, that's amazing about Johnny Cochran.
Anyone who needs immediate life-saving attention. Their second focus will be looking for the potential suspects if they can find them. And you'll hear from the officer that as he's receiving information that's taking him to different locations, he's actually going between the different locations and trying to piece together what happened. But what will be important from his testimony is that he is not given a precise location to exactly where this shooting happened. And with the limited information that he has, he and his partner are doing the best job that they can to find any victims, any suspects, or any evidence of a shooting. You'll hear the officer talk to different people who are just out and about, try to figure out.
Street T, that's incorrect. It is not assault with a weapon. It's assault with a semi-automatic weapon. That matters. That's the difference between whether he'll be found guilty or not.
Not only the surrounding streets, but they primarily focused on the parking lot that was right at that corner of Vista Del Mar.
So if it's a prop gun, which is what defense is saying, he wins. If it's not, he loses.
Relayed that it was possible that the shooting was happening into a park. The officer will tell you that they searched the area and they did not find any evidence of a shooting. They didn't find a victim of injuries. They didn't find any of the suspects, and they didn't find any discharged cartridge cases, which are what come out of a gun after you discharge it in the surrounding area. But again, they don't know exactly where to look with the limited information that they're given. You will also hear from Mr. Efron that approximately an hour, and he's not precise on the exact time, but approximately an hour after the shooting, he himself returned to the location. Now, at this time, the police have already responded and left. Mr. Efron will tell you that he and his girlfriend went there specifically to look for evidence that this had happened. evidence of the
Nobody
shooting.
looks for evidence of that this
And Mr.
happened.
Efron will tell you
Security
that he
cameras will do
knew
that.
exactly where the shooting happened, that he was able to locate 2 fired cartridges. This is actually a photograph that Mr. Efron himself took of one of the fired cartridges that he found. Mr. Efron, you'll hear, went to the police 2 days later, walked into the Hollywood police station to report this crime happening. He brought the 2 fired cartridge cases with him, and he gave them to the police.
That just sounds
You
insane.
will hear that the 2 cartridge cases that he brought in were 9mm Luger caliber cartridge cases. However, you'll also hear from Mr. Efron that immediately after the shooting, about an hour and a half later, he started text messaging the defendant. And he text messaged the defendant, "You tried killing me." That was the first message he sent to him. And you'll hear that Mr. Mayer's response was to deny that anything happened.
Yes. Good job,
The
ASAP.
defendant, in abbreviation, says, "What the fuck is you talking about? Why are you telling people I shot at you?"
Good
Denying
job.
that any shooting has even happened. Mr. Efron confronts him again. "You set me up to try to take me from my daughter." And the defendant responds, "I tried to do what? I know you hate me, I hate you too." The defendant responds again, "Stop making shit up."
Wow.
Again, denying
Okay.
any
He sounds smarter than we
confrontation
thought, guys.
took place.
Or than y'all thought. I thought he was smart.
Certainly any shooting. We've already told you in jury selection, and you will hear evidence, that after this shooting, Mr. Efron sought money from Mr. Mayers. In fact, hours after the shootings, this is the next day, November 7th, in the early morning hours, 3:40 a.m., you'll hear that Mr. Efron sent a message to one of his friends saying that he wants money. And identifying the reason why he wants that money is because Mr. Mayers shot at him. You will also hear that based upon these 2 incidents, the parking lot and the shooting on the corner, that Mr. Efron filed a civil lawsuit against Mr. Mayers. At the end of this case, you will not be asked to award Mr. Efron any money. So that consideration will not be a part
I'm not sure.
of your what you're asked to determine.
I was asked if the casings are too clean. I don't know.
Moving forward in time, you'll hear from LAPD detectives that Mr. Mayer's home was searched on April 20th of 2022, and that during that search, LAPD detective recovered a magazine for a semi-automatic pistol that was 9mm caliber, and that it was loaded with 6 unfired 9mm Luger rounds of live ammunition. You will hear
I got them in my house.
These items were found in Mr. Mayer's bedroom closet. You will also hear that there was no handgun that was 9mm in Mr. Mayer's home that was for that magazine. So you have a 9mm magazine, but no handgun to go with it.
Ah, they're trying to say that
The last
he got rid of the
point
gun.
I want to leave you with before
I see.
conclude is that we expect, in this case, that the defense will call 12B, Mr. Phillips, to testify. At the time of the shooting, again, he's friends with all these participants. He's 32 years old. And it is expected that he will testify that the defendant was in fact the person on the video who fired the 2 gunshots that we hear. So it will essentially be uncontested that Mr. Mayers was the person who fired the gun at that street corner, and that he will tell you the gun that the defendant fired was a starter pistol. That, ladies and gentlemen, is what the evidence in this case will show at the end of this case. As I've said, we expect that the defense will attempt
Hit that like button,
to
guys.
present an alternative explanation for what happened that night. But we ask you to do one thing, which is, as you evaluate the evidence from both sides in this case, to not leave your common sense at the door. And wait until the end of the case, when you have all the evidence, to make your decision. Listen to the court's instructions on the law, and return the only just verdict there is. Thank you.
All right, folks, we'll take the break now. Please be outside the courtroom doors at 1:30, as close to that time as possible. We'll have you come in, and you will hear from us. Are you going to do the?
All right, let me give you a few words.
Discuss the case among yourselves or anybody else. Please do not go on the internet and read anything about this case, and please don't look at any news. That
was a lot, guys.
And impartial.
Thank you, Kenny, for the light from your phone and your TV. All right. Woo! All right, so here's the kind of the summary of what. So a lot of people, I think, may have been confused because usually with opening arguments, the prosecution goes first, defense goes second. But it is actually the defense's choice of how they want that to go in most states. Excuse me. So here, defense went first. But the blockbuster event of today, was that, so the state was livid to find out only days ago. I believe they stated earlier today that it was on January 20th, they discovered that Rocky's defense was going to be that, yeah, he shot a gun, but it was just a prop gun, not a real gun. Well, for the type of assault that he's charged with, which is specifically 2 counts of aggravated assault with a semi-automatic, if it's not a semi-automatic, he's not guilty. And on ASAP's side, the claim is that he got the prop gun from the set of one of Rihanna's music videos, that he was actually instructed to use it to protect her, that he received a scar on his face in the past from a fight, and therefore ever since then he's been very cautious, extra cautious, and he wants to protect himself and his family. He also is licensed. He is licensed to carry. He's licensed to carry a weapon, which in California they don't play around with guns. I would be very curious to know whether any of the licenses that he has are for a 9mm weapon, and if so, then perhaps could they correlate it to that? So what they've discovered today, and what was the bombshell? It was a ballistics bombshell. So regarding the shell casings in this case, what happened is this whole thing started. Because ASAP Rocky was in a fight with ASAP Relly. They were arguing because ASAP Relly feels like Rocky doesn't share his money, that Rocky has done exponentially better and he forgot about his boys, basically. So one of their buddies died. His family needed help burying him, and he thought that ASAP Rocky did not contribute to the funeral, which was untrue. ASAP Rocky did it, but he just did it in silence. Like, he did it taking care of things between the family, not announcing it to Relly or any of the boys. Anyway, in doing that, Relly then went to social media and different sources and was talking mess about ASAP Rocky and how he wasn't ish for not helping their buddy who needed help with the funeral, and the buddy's family, correct, who needed help with the funeral. That's what started it. Then in the confrontation, the claim was that he shot at Relly they didn't say how many times, but he shot him a few times. And however, after shooting at him, then Relly gets into a fight with some of the other 2 guys that were there and starts chasing all of them, including ASAP with a gun. ASAP's attorney claimed that Relly knew it wasn't a real gun, that it was known that he keeps a prop weapon. ASAP's attorney also said, oh, the text messages that the state are going to show you that ASAP Rocky had hit up Relly 3 times just before this incident. They're going to act like that was to set him up, but really it was regarding ASAP Rocky had a performance at Complexicon, or however you say it. He had a performance. He wanted to bring the guys together so that they could all get paid and come on stage at his performance. But for whatever reason, just before it was time to go, Relly wasn't responding. So that's how come there were the 3 text messages. We saw that. Relly is also claiming that that when ASAP shot at him, he became injured. That the bullets grazed his knuckles, grazed his hand, and that he's suffering permanent injuries and has in fact filed a civil lawsuit. The defense, though, has stated that before the lawyer that took the case agreed to do so, that lawyer told Relly, hey, I can't take this case unless you go to the police and make a police report because you're claiming this guy shot at you. I can 100% tell you as an attorney, that is absolutely the advice that anyone would give to their client, any good attorney would give to their client before they sue them in court for a gunshot wound. Yeah. Don't come over here saying somebody shot me and you won't tell the police. So it wasn't until 2 days after this happened that Relly went to the police, made a police report. Oh, and interestingly, when he did so, about an hour after this happened, allegedly Relly comes back to the scene of the shootout with his girlfriend to look for the shell casings, not to call the cops, to look for the shell casings. But there's supposed to be footage, according to the defense, that shows him coming back to the scene, but not with his girlfriend. So the allegation is that he's manufactured these shell casings, brought them to the police station 2 days after this happened, made the police report, all to set up to have his civil lawsuit, which has been filed. And I believe it's suing ASAP Rocky for $30 million. I know it's suing ASAP Rocky for millions, claiming injuries and damage to his hands. Well, in opening arguments, they had photos of the hand. The hand pretty consistent with you being in a fight and punching concrete or punching your buddies, but it was simply, it looked like scars to your knuckles that you get when you're in a fight. Mind you, one of the guys fell down and he's punching him while the guy's on the ground, which appears to be asphalt. So it looks consistent with how your hands would look if you're punching someone on asphalt. But the blockbusters, so that's kind of the summary of the case. That's the summary of the defense. And then the blockbuster issue today is, ironically, the state just found out that the defense is going to be that ASAP didn't use a real gun. He used a prop gun. They just found that out, I think, on Monday or Tuesday. Oh, and lo and behold, last night, the state is claiming they got this report on the ballistics that they had never seen in the last 4 years this case has been pending. They didn't know anything about, and they got an email last night at 6:00. And now they need an expert to testify that, pursuant to that expert's new opinion and analysis, that the casings are consistent with one of the weapons that belongs to ASAP. If that ain't the biggest bunch of dog poo-poo, caca, caca doo-doo. Yeah, right. So they had a hearing on this issue, and I was so disappointed in the judge. What the judge said was, I don't think there was any nefarious intent on behalf of the state. I don't care what you think. The fact that you cannot on the eve of trial say, we've come up with this report. By the way, y'all, the report was done in the state's ballistic lab. So yeah, you did have the report. Someone on your team had the report. Whether they gave it to you or not is a personal problem. Because the truth of the matter is, if the defendant's side, right? If I had a paralegal, if I represented the defendant and I had a paralegal who kept in the back seat of her car an expert report that would have helped my client, kept it back there for 4 years. And on the eve of trial, and then she quit. She went on, let's say she went to law school. And on the eve of trial, she's like, oh yeah, you told me you're going to trial. I forgot to tell you, here's this report I was driving around with in the back of my trunk. You think a judge would be like, all right, admissible. The judge here, though, feels that, well, here's how I'll make it fair. I'm going to let it in because I don't think they knew about it beforehand. I think they were honest when they said the lead detective just told them about this evidence. I bet he did just tell them about it, but I don't care. I don't care. It doesn't matter. That lead detective probably needs to be fired, but that's another story. But you need to be fired because if this is such important evidence and it took you 3 years to locate it, think about it, whatever, then are you really a leader? I don't think so. But if a defense side ever did that, there was no way. But the way the judge is planning to make it fair is the judge said they'll pay for whatever expert that the defense wants to use to counter this evidence. Here's the problem. It hasn't even been completely tested. So if it hasn't even been completely tested on the state side, that has to take place first. It's Friday. It's Friday at like almost 6 o'clock. California time on a Friday, hadn't even been tested yet because they just wrapped trial. So, okay, let's say they test it tomorrow. It's not till after that testing is done, after that report is complete, that the expert for the defense can even begin their rebuttal. So now, instead of the defense team being able to prep witnesses for Monday and the upcoming week, they now have to run around finding an expert for some evidence they don't even know is going to say whatever it's going to say because all of the testing isn't even complete. In what universe is that okay? It's not. So that's where we are today. I'm going to take a look at the questions and see if I can answer a few before I have to go. I am going to be on Court of Public Opinion tonight, which is at 8:30 Central. So Lord have mercy. In 20 minutes, I got to prep for that. So I'm gonna be looking crazy, but let me see if I can answer a few questions before I go. Purple Rain said, why would he have a prop gun instead of a real one? Also, what is his security detail doing? Well, you definitely didn't have one there. So I guess the allegation is he got the prop gun from the set of one of Rihanna's videos, and he was instructed to carry a prop gun around because in California, it's not illegal. And the penalty for having a weapon in a place you're not supposed to is severe. But it was alleged that he was encouraged to do that to keep himself and his family safe. Okay. He said he needs a new lawyer. Again, where's the gun residue? Here's the problem with gun residue. It doesn't generally stay in your hands for 24 hours because you wash your hands, you shower, you do all of that. So the only way that gun residue would have been helpful would have been if they would have tested someone on the same day. The problem was there was no one to speak to on the same day because, oh boy, Relly didn't even report it for 2 days. At the 48-hour point, it is of no use to test any gunpowder, sorry. It was protect himself due to his background for reasons like his situation he's in now. And okay, yep, that's why he has a gun. If they don't have it's not a match. I'm glad you asked. The question was, if they don't have a weapon, where did the match come from? She's referring to the ballistics expert report. And it wasn't that it was a match. The ballistics report said the weapon could be one. I'm sorry, by looking at the case shells that Relly brought to the police station, the bullet shell casings, that it could be one of a few different types of 9mm weapons. Here's the problem. I own a 9mm Luger, and I don't know where it is. I don't know. Probably somebody stole it. Oh, God. Maybe somebody stole it, and that's the weapon. Oh, no, they didn't steal it. They stole it just a few months ago. Anyway, my point is lots of people, because they know it's a 9mm casing, but that type of casing can go in a variety of different guns. They have not narrowed down what gun it belongs to. All they know is that ASAP had a magazine, but no gun that was of a 9mm. Well, you can have, what a lot of people do is you have the gun and you'll have multiple magazines. You have one that's in it and you'll have extras that are loaded. So someone, the fact that the gun is missing, that gun could have been in New York somewhere, or it could be at another home in another city in another whatever. But right now, what the prosecution is implying is that because that gun is missing, but the magazine is there, that is likely the weapon. And so what they're trying to confirm is get the shell casings that really turned in compared to, I'm guessing, the shell casings of that extra 9mm magazine. But the problem is that unless you have the weapon, you can't say 100%. All you can say is, oh, this one isn't excluded. As a judge and a former judge, I have a problem with that kind of evidence. I think that it is very suspect. I think you have to be very careful with allowing evidence that says, oh, we can't exclude it, but we can include it. Is really, really, really dangerous when you're dealing with someone's freedom. Hit that like button. Sir, please, the court rests. See you on Monday. Yeah. Wait, what's Simone? Someone still, yeah, I think it was the what do you call the people? The valet. Doggone valet took my stuff. Where's the video? Oh, yes. Okay. These were a few good questions I saw. Where's the video of Relly finding the casings? There was one, and I hope we get to see it. There was one that the defense showed that, hey, he came back to look at the casings. I want to see, does he bend over? Does he stop and take a picture? But the main thing is he claims he found it with his ex-girlfriend or girlfriend, whatever she is. But they're claiming that on the video, there's no girlfriend on the video. So that they're implying it's a lie. They recovered surveillance videos, but not of him being grazed or the shell casings. Yep. Saber, I think his lawyer should follow your lead and say the casings could have been taken from the house by his friend. By the victim. Right. So I don't know that Relly, the victim, ever been to his house, but if he had, yep, that could be a good one. And the thing is, anybody can get casings. If you ever been to a gun range, all of those are casings on the floor. All right. Do I recommend he takes a plea deal? No, I need to see more evidence, but I think if you're going to take that deal, the main thing you have to think about is, all right, I'm only probably going to have to do about 20 days to a month in LA County, even though it's 180 days that were offered. You only probably have to do that much because of the overcrowding. But I think the issue that was going to, so I researched this, guys, while we were watching the trial. The issue for him, ASAP, with taking the deal is he's got a new movie that's coming out with Spike Lee. I don't know if it's done filming, but that would ruin that movie for him. And he has this, and he is a celebrity board member for the Met Gala. And that's coming up now too. So he wouldn't be able, and that's like a dream for him. So he wouldn't be able to do that Met Gala. He wouldn't be able to do, also because of the probation, he would be on, even if he had got out in time, which it's January, he would be, the 6 months would definitely be up by then, because you don't do all your time in LA County. But the other part of it is he would have 3-year probation. So if he wants to go to do the Met Gala or do the Spike Lee movie, his probation officer could say, nope. And he would be screwed. He'd have to do 3 years of probation and then 7 years of a suspended sentence. For him, I think he just could not afford that level of restriction. Yeah. And don't forget, there's still the civil case filed by Rel. Yeah. So that was a lot. Well, guys, don't forget, you can go to SimoneRedwine.com, book a consultation with me. Starting at $149 for 30 minutes. I assist with legal issues around the nation. Also, I'm going to add chapters to this so you guys can skip to the good parts. And don't forget, you can get my ebook, Background Checks 101, the beginner's guide to finding out who the heck you're really dealing with. I teach you how to do background checks in that book. It's only $19.99. You can get it from SimoneRedwine.com as well. Have a great one, guys.